Hello, Jimmy Fluke here with Peter Berryman for the 5th and final round of DNLS for 2024. We are slightly late to the party, and quick apologies as well if we're struggling with some technical issues with the sound. It's been a bit of a bad scramble trying to get everything working, but hey, we're ready to rumble. Last round, 4R1, so Alon will sit in the chair there.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
We'll see how it goes. Big news sort of off the bat before we even get stuck into the meat of the race. There is no sign of a GT3 Redline car, which is fighting for the championship, which is
interesting to say the least.
Interesting to say the least, yeah. Really surprised that they haven't fielded any sort of car. I guess because Max is racing this afternoon and they're not going to bother. But
or they've had some issues trying to field the car. Maybe, I don't know, maybe technical issues. Yeah, we just don't really know.
Yeah, it's it's a shame because that would have been a really good fight for the championship at the end there with Williams for them. But it gives our guys a better chance of working their way towards second.
Cry too much about it.
We'll not cry too much about it. No, it'll be absolutely fine. Just really quick, I guess, with the grid that we've got here. So Elias qualified 3rd, if I got that right. Yes, Elias there in 3rd in that number 49 AMG Team MSI car, and our second car with no, I was looking at the wrong thing, my bad. Guile in the 48 car in 14th. I seen a Redline car pop out of nowhere.
I did the same thing,
like,
and then immediately.
But it's in Porsche Cup, where sort of the 4 main protagonists of that class are 1, 2, 3, and 4. Michael qualifying the car in 4th, just a little bit off the pace of the top 3, but no major harm and no big issues. As long as he's in the mix for that, then hopefully those guys can consolidate 3rd in the championship as well. But yeah, we're about to go green. Didn't get a chance to go through the champ standings or anything. That's fine. We'll deal with that.
Yeah, we got plenty of time to do that.
Yeah, we got loads of time later in the race to deal with championship standings and all that comes with it. So coming to the green, and it's Sontech car on pole, and away they go. Good start, I think, from Elias, but yeah, there's not much room to the left there. Yeah, just got to hold the inside and try not get turned at the start here. 3 wide on the inside. Should be able to get the drive off and at least hold on to the 3rd position that he originally had.
Slotting in is going to be the important part here. Yeah. Very easy to get hung out to dry on the outside in these corners and lose a position.
Or
the guy behind shunt through everyone and you go backwards anyways.
Yeah.
I'm sure the stewards will have something to say about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so 4th into 2nd there, and Elias just got spat straight out of the way there. So it's even more of a bust up there. So yeah, there's not really gone to plan for Elias down into P5. I thought he was actually going to lose more out of that, but still, it's 2 spots down and
still scrambling to recover.
Yeah,
should finally, if he can hold this chicane, he should be able to settle a bit.
Hopefully. A bit of a bust up behind between
Juan the Manti car, I think. Dropping back there.
Yeah, it was. That's well spotted, and WS Racing as well with Harley Houghton on board. So yeah, all kicking off. We haven't seen a lot of that with the GT3 class this season.
Elbows out for the last round, I guess.
Elbows out. It's nothing to lose at this point. Everyone's going to have a dip, and unfortunately, Elias sort of he was put into a bad place off the start. Like even just in the run down into T1.
Yeah, compromised a few corners in a row, and then not much he can do really when the car behind sort of makes a bit of contact. So
yeah,
did well to scramble it and recover it.
Yeah,
but yeah, just got to settle in and start trying to work forward again.
Absolutely. In terms of the success penalties, so with the shenanigans of last round, that 48 car does have a 20-second stop hold penalty thing in that first pit stop, which isn't ideal.
Where's the cap from Michael?
Where's the cap?
What is this beanie action?
I know, unbelievable. Well, hopefully.
That looked like a bit of a sketchy
check.
start.
Yeah. That's all massively checked up at the start there for the Porsche Cup class. So they're going to be 3 wide, 3, 2, and 3 coming into T1. That's probably not going to end well. Probably. Still might not end well. So far, all CF, all cam, all all good. Michael's lost one there. Might lose a second here if he doesn't get tucked in through 3 and 4 here.
I think he's just being a bit extra safe and sort of getting himself stuck in awkward spot because of it.
Yeah. And also, like, because of how strong the draft is in Porsche Cup, you know, you just don't want to get turned at the start more than anything. So, yeah. Similar-ish to Elias, where he's just sort of wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, the main thing is he's got through it clean, like you say, so as long as you survive and you don't get disconnected, you can work from there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm pretty sure those guys don't have a success penalty for this final round. I did ask the question in Discord, and
I believe you're correct.
didn't get a straight answer. So
But I'm not. I believe you're correct. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not sure they've anything either
because I think they were 4th in the last round, which is
because of their penalty. I think that put them back there. So I think they were quite hopeful coming into this round, not having anything. But of course, a lot of guys are doing double duty with things like PESC, for example. So
yep.
that's probably why they're maybe not as far up in qualifying as you'd expect.
Yeah, that sort of does make the most sense there. Yeah, Michael's done I'd say in general across the season, a really good job in this class. He had no real Nordschleife experience before coming into this series, and he's generally just sort of sat at the front pretty much the whole way
He's
through.
turned into a bit of a merchant right now, hasn't he? He loves the place.
He does love the place. He's got it pretty well figured out. So qualifying obviously today, not entirely the plan. Missed a little something with the qualifying strat, but when the guys have been running, you know, this same strat, he has been right at the front beating, you know, PESC champions around here, which is no easy feat.
Yeah, especially if the race plays out how it did last round, it's not such a bad place to be again if you can stick with the front pack, save a bit of fuel, and then work from there.
Yeah. It'll filter out, it'll stretch a little bit. I think that this sort of top 4, top 5 are probably your quickest 5 in the class. So he can sit right in line. There's previous rounds of the season where he was sort of doing the heavy lifting out front. He gets to sit and chill at the minute now, which is pretty good. So all fine there with Michael in the 119 car. Back up with GT3. Giles actually made up a couple of spots. It's a little bit of a shame for that car in general, where they've just really struggled to actually put a team together that doesn't have a major time penalty, which is a bit of a frustration for everyone involved in that car. But JV will jump in, give it a good go.
Yeah, he's definitely a jack of all trades, JV, right? He's definitely drives a bit of everything, and he's fairly decent in everything he does drive as well.
Oh, you don't see him massively off pace and anything, but he drives literally everything. It's absolutely incredible.
If you're curious about any car, he's definitely the guy to go and ask questions.
100%. Any game as well. He's got world records in WRC even as well, which is he literally does everything to a really high standard. So, you know, we're super happy to have him on board. What kind of hat is Michael using today? He's changed every bit. I know, we did mention it's just weird.
Disappointed. He's changed to the beanie from the cap.
But it's not like a proper beanie. It's a really small one. It's almost like
a skateboarder beanie, as I call them. Makes no sense, but that's just the only people I ever see wearing them. So
yeah.
But there we go. Nice close up. I don't know. Maybe he's feeling the cold.
It's not that cold though.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe he couldn't find the cap. I reckon he's just forgot.
He was rocking about in that though yesterday.
So was he?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
maybe he's just cozy then. Who knows?
Or maybe he finally did that one PESC race with the hat on and it didn't go to plan. It's like, maybe it doesn't have the good vibes.
It's the lucky beanie, the new era.
Yeah.
The iguana cap is in the bin.
So, Michael looking animated as always in the bottom left there. He's locked in. Just chilling out there in P5. Don't expect too much in the way of huge activity off the start here. I think the top 4 sort of know. I mean, you're not going to break the back of the field. And Michael knows that as well, so everyone's going to probably just sit in line. It's the Esports car that's actually worked its way to the front, and so they'll head the field 4 now. It's a weird one in this sort of scenario where you know that you're kind of just waiting almost for the pit stop from from the start, and it's just all about not making a really stupid mistake.
Yeah, if anything, it's a bit boring, really, right? You know, you're sort of, off the start of the race, outside of the scramble on the GP loop. It's just following in a train until pit stop eventually arrives.
Yeah. JV working his way up to 11th. Huge scrap there for the sort of the minor places there, just outside the top 10.
Elias up to P4 as well, I believe, past the Williams car on the straight.
Has indeed, yeah. So, and that gap to the Sontec car, which has been very quick all season, but just run into troubles left, right, and centre. So he's, holding gap. It is a little bit of a weird one where, with how the points penalty sort of works. So, in a weird technical way, the 49 car ended up winning the race.
Yeah, it was quite strange. There was a lot of confusion after the previous round, right?
Yeah. So the Williams car crossed the line first and then got penalised for not bringing the car back to pit lane under its own steam, which meant that they didn't score points.
Yes.
But because they didn't then score the points, they don't have any success penalty for this round.
And the guys who finished second also had issues, right? They had some sort of issues. Our guys finished third on track.
Yeah. So the Sontec car that finished second on track was deemed at fault for that last corner incident.
Okay, so they got the penalty, so we moved to second. But we didn't take the win then, however, because the Williams, whatever car won the race, made it on its own steam. So they lost their points, but we didn't inherit first, I believe, right?
Correct.
So we finished second. And then we get the success penalty.
So we get the success penalty of second. The Williams car doesn't get any success penalty. So, yes, they've lost the points from that round, but they've got a clean run at this final round.
Yeah. And so it's interesting, I'll say it. I'll word it that way, I'll say.
I don't like it.
It's not. I don't really agree with success penalties at all, in the slightest.
No.
I don't really understand it. But hey ho.
I can see why they do it in real life, where, you might just have, like, way more, or in a series like this, where sort of everyone kind of shows up and, it's not always the closest of fields. But in the sim, it is, usually a lot closer. Is this private or is this official? This is a league. It's not in the officials. There is like a VLN counterpart that is running officials, I'm pretty sure.
No, I'm not too sure.
Not right now, but
I believe it at some point. Yeah.
So I think they run that sort of more during the summer months. This is sort of like the winter series where the real life guys will jump in when the actual series isn't ongoing. So as I said, everyone's going to ride in line here. Meanwhile, third and fourth are scrapping into T1.
Yeah,
so obviously,
a bit of a hack.
Yeah, they're having a bit of a hack. So obviously, I got that one wrong. Michael's just going to sit and chill, save his tires, especially. I don't know what tire strategy is going to look like.
I believe it's the red line car going backwards as well.
It is, yes. They've
Share cars trying to make a move.
Yeah. And Share boys are very, very quick and
very handy. I do find this track definitely is a bit of an outlier. For example, just because you're quick at all these other tracks, or other way around, you get guys that maybe aren't so competitive at normal traditional circuits. You rock up to the Nordschleife and all of a sudden you've got this guy who on traditional circuits is, let's say, half a second off. They're on the pace at this track.
Like they're properly on it.
Yeah. So I do feel like it's a bit of a specialist track. You do find a few guys that spring a few surprises with their pace.
Yeah, and then conversely, you'll have someone like me who is generally pretty competitive everywhere, and then rock up to the Nordschleife and I'm missing half a second to a second for no clear reason.
I mean, it's not a lot, but I guess in competition terms, that's an age, isn't it? And I struggled as well at this track. It's just a tough circuit.
You did, though, generally sort of get on top of it.
Yeah, pace-wise wasn't too bad. I mean, outside of the massive shunt I had in the 24, for the most part it was pretty good here. Yeah, I feel like this track, Bathurst, a lot of people say Le Mans, but in the sim, I don't really class it in the same category.
Yeah.
But definitely this track and Bathurst, I think, are probably up there as like the toughest tracks in the sim.
Yeah. In terms of like sheer commitment,
Yeah. The more you commit, the faster you go. But the more you commit, the more risk there is.
Yeah.
And there's just no room for a mistake. So I think that this and Bathurst for me are the big standouts for difficulty on the sim.
You always find the Australians as well, whenever they rock up to Bathurst, they'll always wipe the floor.
Yeah, it's just normal, isn't it?
Yeah.
Standard procedure.
Yeah, I mean, they seem to grind the track. So that makes me think it's not really so much a home field advantage. It's just what track you just want to grind like crazy for. I put fairly good time into the Nordschleife over the years, but I was never all that quick on it. In Pesca, it was always like a round I was not looking forward to because I would end up between 1 and 1.5 seconds off over the course of a whole lap, and I could see where I was losing it. I just couldn't piece it all together. It was always frustrating.
I do find that this track and Bathurst as well, I almost feel like practice just doesn't do it justice either. Like the track isn't the same until you're actually in the race and you've got something to lose, and then you realize how much danger is around you.
Yeah.
Practice, you know, you hit a wall, you reset, who cares? But you get to the race and all of a sudden you've got, feel like you're about to die every corner. You know, there's so much things that can do you in. So I feel like you don't really get a proper understanding until you're actually in a competitive race with something to lose.
Speaking of something to lose, for both of our, you know, sort of championship contending cars, they don't have a lot to lose, or they're sort of almost relying on major issues for the championship contenders. So
just get after it, really, you know.
You just got to get after it. But like, what's sort of been your approach when you've been in that kind of position before? Because I know that like in series before, you have been in that position where it's last round. There's not a lot to fight for. So like, do you find it's like completely pressure off, or does the motivation end up just being a little bit lower? Like, how do you end up sort of like feeling about like?
I think a bit of everything really, because I mean I experienced it with British F4 where I sort of knew going into the last round, although mathematically I could win,
it wasn't
realistically it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
So on one hand, you don't want to ruin it for the other guys. There's definitely a part of that. I mean, you don't want to go in, shunt people off and win that way, because it's just a horrible way to do things. But at the same time, it's almost like a sword of, you know, a bit of armor you've got. These guys have so much to lose. If you throw a move and they decide to block it, who cares if they shunt you? I mean, nothing's going to happen. So you have so much armor essentially to do whatever you want. You know, the ball's in your court. So you definitely get a bit more aggressive, throw the elbows out. They're going to have to move out the way. There's nobody really that's going to shunt. At least I don't think anyone would shunt in that scenario. So yeah, you can definitely throw a few moves, get a bit more aggressive, and just go for the win. You know, try and get amongst it. People get nervous, people make mistakes, decisions when things are on the line. So my approach is just, aggressive. Got to be aggressive. Yeah.
I've had that a little bit myself in sort of different ways where, so there's British F4, not last year, the year before, where for like the team's championship stuff, like it was all going well. I got shunted off in the first race, and then I was trying to like do the recovery job on the way back through.
We still talk about this race, and honestly, we watched it. I think we watched it back once or twice when we were doing British F4 this year.
Yeah,
and we were laughing at your pace. It was so good.
Yeah.
It was so funny, the change, because
the
red mist came over and you cooked me. It was so funny. You were throwing lunges, everything. It was great.
Yeah, it was quite fun because I'm normally not that kind of driver.
I think that's why we found it funny. Yeah,
but I knew at that point, like, it didn't matter. Like, if I crashed 15 people on my way through,
nothing changed.
Nothing was going to change. Like, we were still set, like, completely set second in the championship. I literally had nothing to lose, so I just went for it. And I would have went for it even harder on that last lap had I not seen that I was within a 4x of DQing. So it was like, well, actually, no, I need to play it smart. But I just put the foot down and completely went for it. The red mist had totally descended on me. Like, I was absolutely fuming.
I find it interesting sometimes because it makes me realize how big sim racing is, or just racing in general, on the mental side of things.
Oh, 100%.
Because
it's all mental.
I can remember driving a certain way in a race. I get crashed. The red mist goes over, and all of a sudden, corners where I'm like, you know, don't take too much risk. I'm going full send, and the lap times are good because of it. And it just makes you realize how much of a mental side sim racing and racing in general is, an effect on performance and whatnot.
Yeah, even at the top level, it's like really noticeable. Like whenever someone's like just in tune with their driving and just feels totally on it, then like, it's worth 2 to 3 tenths a lap, I think, in like most tracks. It's crazy how much it's worth.
And that's enough to go from being stuck in a train to putting pressure on someone to making moves. And especially in championships like PESC and whatnot, where overtaking isn't essentially that easy. It's massive. Being a tenth closer to a car on an entry, on an exit, is massive in those championships. So I think that's really where you see the big differences from the the really quick guys and the platinums, you know, like your Sebi Jobs and your Rogers and guys like that.
They're able to hit that level every
time, and they're able. And the big difference really is just that they're able to follow that little nose length closer than most guys, and that is enough to go from not quite being there to being there, and that's the difference they make, and they're so good at it.
Yeah, like if you have someone just like right on you, putting you under like massive pressure, where you like they're sitting closer to you than you ever sit to anyone else, you're like, jeez, like
it destroys your morale a bit. You're like,
it really does.
You know, deep in your soul that this guy has much more pace. That's a sketchy moment there.
Same place, exact same place as well as the previous rounds. It's lap 3 coming down towards Arenberg. Yeah, we find the GR86s. Yeah, hang left here, up over the crest. A little bit of time loss, and again, we're back down into P4. Not too much of a worry though. Still a long way to go in this. But yeah, that's the first major bit of traffic negotiated. We've got the TCRs coming up probably towards the end of lap, start of next one. So yeah, plenty of time to work the way through the traffic. But yeah, to your point as well, even with like you mentioned PES, so the other thing where I felt like I had nothing to lose was that last round of PES that I did last year, where
again, and we loved it. I loved it as well.
Yeah.
I love seeing. I think it's just nice to see people doing things that is maybe not normal in their character. You know, someone who's like yourself, maybe not the most big risk taker, you know, play the percentages, going for it.
I had to.
You love it.
But finally I had a set of tires under me that was working.
Yeah.
The first 2 laps I couldn't go anywhere, and I hadn't taken, the tires just were magically in the window, and then all of a sudden I can just outbrake everyone. This is great.
Yeah, then you start getting that belief, and it just builds and builds, and all of a sudden you think you're a superhero, and it snowballs. It's great.
Yeah, and I sort of knew, right, I'm in like 15th. I need to find a way to like top 5 somehow. How's that going to happen?
Yeah.
And it wasn't even any like big shunts. I genuinely sort of overtook like
legit
9 guys on my way through. I just ran out of laps.
And in a round of PES against the competition, like that's massive, you know.
So
huge. It
sort of gave me confidence, like, oh no, like it's still there, but it's weird that I only unlock it when I've got literally nothing to lose. If there's any sort of like, like if this goes wrong, then you know it's quite bad for championship or whatever. Then you know it's hard to unlock that.
Yeah.
But whenever the shackles are completely off, then yeah, it's incredible what's sort of possible then. Thanks guys for the follows, and then Thomas Hansen there with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much, greatly appreciate it. Yeah, hope you guys are enjoying it. So we're still sort of in this like weird holding pattern. Actually, Michael's down to P6 now behind the car. But it is all just one big
waiting phase, essentially.
Yeah, pretty much. It'll get splintered with traffic, so that's the only major downside to where he's at the moment. Yeah, we're actually going to grab a quick replay here. If anything happens and if it works, according to Lee. We'll get it pulled up in a sec, hopefully. But yeah, it's 6 cars within 0.1 or 1.2 seconds, so it was Andy Reid actually making the move. Michael sort of left the door open, and
yeah, it's a bit of an awkward one. I mean, Michael's obviously playing it safe. It's a bit of a horrible move from the car behind, where he's kind of putting you in a compromised spot of turn in and we crash, or get out my way.
Yeah,
he sort of just hangs the nose there.
And this is where it's the complete flip side from having no pressure, there's no shackles, nothing to I've got stuff to lose here.
Yeah, exactly.
And you look weak.
And those are the moves that you throw. You know, I'll hang my nose there because this guy's something to lose and I don't.
Yeah.
And that's just, fair enough. You know, that's just the way it is.
I think it was the year before, whenever Pinto won PESC, and I was coming through the field, as I almost always seem to do at Monza. It's every year I have to sort of work my way forward. But like all he needed was like a top 15 finish in that last race to secure the title, and he was like P6, P7, and he was just letting guys go, like basically pulling over on the straight to let people go. I'm like, in any other scenario, this never happens, but because he had everything to lose and nothing to gain.
Yeah, and that's how you see the mental side of things just changing completely.
And, like, I was all for, like, if the opportunity arose to just fire it up the inside, I was like, well, I needed points to maintain my license. I was absolutely going to send it. I didn't care about him winning a championship.
It's quite a tough thing to do as well, I find. I mean, unless you've actually experienced it yourself, it's hard to really truly explain what it feels like or what it means, but when you've done championships in your entire like racing career, sim racing, whatever it is, and it's all about going forward, going forward, going forward, and then it completely flipped to a race where you have to reset your thinking to, like, this is all I need, and just accept that that's all you need and let people go. It's quite a weird position to be in. It's quite hard to do. Harder than you think.
Yeah. How did that sort of work out in the end for your IRO1 championship, whenever you had to win that in the end? I actually, like, it's a couple of years ago now. I totally don't fully remember the details.
And even British F4 this year, like, it was a struggle. IRO1 was a little bit different because the points were so close. It was still kind of anyone's game.
Yeah.
And that particular race, we were a little bit on the back foot track position-wise, but we had more pace. F4, I had such a really strong start to the season. After the halfway point, I had a massive lead.
Yeah.
And the mentality then obviously changes to where everyone knows that I've got so much to lose, and they start throwing these moves over and over.
Yeah.
You get guys racing you twice as hard as everybody else. I mean, targeting's maybe a bit strong word, but
they know that
they're targeting you in a fair competitive way, if that's maybe the way to put it.
Yeah.
Where they're throwing moves that they wouldn't necessarily throw on others because they know that you have to move or crash.
Yeah.
And that went really bad. It snowballed and snowballed and snowballed, and before you know it, I've gone into the last round after being crashed into once or twice, and the championship's gone after having such a huge lead.
Yeah.
It's tough to take because when it starts, you know it's happening.
But what do you do about it?
What can you do? Yeah, you can't really do much about it. So, yeah, like F4 was a tough one to swallow, but at the same time, at points, I knew it was sort of on me more than anything. You know, if I did a better job, I probably wouldn't have been in some of the positions I was in. So definitely I took part of it. On the flip side, there was definitely some things that happened where, I mean, it's completely out of my control, whether people crashing into me or I had guys coming out of the pit lane to try and back me up into other people. It's like that sort of stuff you just can't do anything about. But yeah, it's difficult. You know what's happening and you're trying your best to stop it, but whilst you're doing that, you've still got everything to lose as well. So yeah, it's I don't know how the guys manage that sort of stuff in, you know, like your Sebastian Jobs and whatnot, when they've actually got a lot to lose, like far more at stake than, you know, the likes of British F4.
Well, for someone like Seb, when he's won his PESC championships, he was able to get out front early and then almost rely on his qualifying pace to always put him up at the front, so no one could really get at him. He got up front and then took no risks.
I guess that's probably what it comes down to at the end of the day, right? It's just being unbelievably good at controlling what you can.
Yeah.
And as long as you can do that, at least half an event,
yeah,
for the likes of PESC, it's probably enough.
Yeah. Like all that he needs to do, and like it's so simple and straightforward, is do what he has been doing, which is stick it on pole, and then if he's got his mates around him, then he's not going to be under any pressure.
And a pole in race one win each time is huge. Even if your features are average, if you're getting pole and winning the first race,
I bet you can just sit in 7th, 8th, as long as you're not getting shunted. Or I mean, the points between like 7th and 9th or whatever in the feature don't make that much of a difference, really.
Yeah, although he's definitely got the minions helping out, and you know he's gaining a lot through that. I do think without it, he still would be not far off where he is anyways, you know?
Yeah, 100%.
And GB's been the same, Porsche GB. He's been so relentless in qualifying in race 1.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible to gain points per round.
Because he can then just sit behind you in race 2 or have someone to help him out.
Pole position, a good start. That's it, really. Like, there's not much can be done after that, especially the little tracks we're at.
He does not make mistakes now in clean air.
Extremely rarely does he ever make a mistake, more than, at least in the races I've seen, more than a 10th, maybe 2 tenths in a single lap of mistakes is very rare.
Yeah.
He's really, really good. I don't think people realize how good the guys at the top really are. You know?
Oh, like
they're robots.
Like, most people would be happy if like they get within like 2 tenths of a little bit of a bust up here in the start of lap 4 here for the Porsche Cup guys. Just to answer the question, is Michael just in cruise mode right now? I would say so, yes. I guess he's playing a long waiting game. I don't know whether he's got a slightly different approach in terms of like tire strat, so he's taking 0 risks, so he keeps the tire for the second stint. He's doing, you know, double stint in the tire. Not 100% sure. Haven't got a clue. But yeah, Michael's not one when like in a scenario like this to go all guns blazing. Like he's not that that sort of driver anyway. So yeah, he knows that the lead pack is still there. He's definitely chilling. But yeah, back to your point on like how relentless the top guys are. Like,
it puts real life to shame.
Oh, it does.
Genuinely.
It really does.
I think sim racing does put real life to shame and how good people are. I think it's much, much, much more competitive than real life.
Yeah. That being said, though, we don't have the same variables that you do in real life. Like, you don't have like maybe one engine that gets dropped into a car is like slightly better than the others, or there's some like weird mishap with the setup or something, or you know, the variability in track conditions from a lap-to-lap basis, or a gust of wind, you know, out of nowhere, just sort of pushed. You'll see it in like, even F1, where you know everyone's like motoring along fine, and then all of a sudden there's a change of wind direction, and all of a sudden guys are like steaming braking zones and stuff like that. It's
I think the biggest thing that sticks out in my head though is that in sim racing, everyone who's there has earned their place. On merit.
Yeah.
In real life, not so much.
Not so much. Yeah. So
I do feel like, I guess it's a bit of a shame at the same time. Like, the top championship in sim racing is the top sim racers in that championship.
Yep.
So you are watching the best in that sim, that car.
Yeah.
Those are the best of the lot that you're watching. Some of the real life series, if not most, a few, maybe a handful, are actually like the top of the order, like really top of the tree guys. So yeah, I mean, it's never going to happen. I'm sure everyone wants to see him, but it would be good to have a series of just cherry picking all these top guys from around these series and just throw them together and see what happens. But not going to happen, right?
No,
you know,
sadly not. You get a little bit, like a small snippet of it in like Race of Champions.
Yeah, true.
But that's like it's a different kind of format as well.
Yeah, it's just got a whole different vibe to it as well.
Yeah, like it's almost like a rally super special stage.
Yeah,
really,
a bit of an exhibition kind of thing.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, like it's still good to see how guys stack up in that environment, but it's not a true representation of
I guess that's the other part of it, is there's always going to be, no matter what you did, let's say we have a guy who comes from F1, all the people are going to defend him to their grave, like, well, he drives F1 all the time, so that's why he's not good, you know. So you get all that non-stop.
All right, so we've got JV here still on the edges of top 10. He's actually worked his way sort of quite well forward from where he started.
Yeah, a couple moves, and he's closed up to the cars ahead in the train.
So yeah, it was 14th on the grid. He's worked his way forward quite nicely. When will these guys hit traffic? They already have hit traffic.
We've already GR86. We're near seeing one get absolutely murdered in Flugplatz.
Yeah, we've worked our way through TCR traffic now.
Yeah, you can see on the track map there where everyone is. So currently working through a few cars, and then a bit of a gap before we get to the GT4s.
So it'll be probably another
few laps before they get there, I'd like to think.
Yeah, 4 laps maybe.
Yeah.
So yeah, they will get there. So that's why it's really important in races like this to have your track position early. So if there is any issues with traffic, that you can then just sort of break the back of the race a little bit and work your way forward.
It's a big advantage. You know, if you're first in the train and you get held up in traffic, well, you're under pressure from the guys behind. If you're 6th in the train and you hit traffic and lose time, you've lost the front pack. Yeah. So yeah, it's quite important to be at the front.
That's why I'm maybe not so keen on Michael Strat to sort of really chill out in the opening goings here.
There's definitely risk involved for sure.
I mean, there's risk by taking no risk almost.
Yes,
if that's sort of the way to sort of explain it. You know, you don't want to lose draft, especially if the guys up front are really, really quick in race trim.
See how JV plays this?
Yeah. I think he's just here for a good time, so we'll see him 2 wins in the cross here, maybe.
Getting after it.
Yeah, he is getting after it. Side by side coming into Tiergarten, but he's backed out. He's not going to.
Yeah, it's probably the smarter way to go about it.
Even though he's
this looks good though.
Yeah, even though he's a touring car driver by nature, he's not one to just ball on in and shunt people. He normally races really, really clean. Normally. So obviously he's going to drive the next 2 cars ahead into T1 here. Oh, that's a late move. That's a late move.
I wonder how the steward, they don't usually like that sort of stuff.
They normally don't.
Based on the last round with Verstappen, I thought.
Oh, but he's gone around the outside anyway.
Fantastic.
Who cares? Who cares about your late block? JV is on the chew.
Yeah, I thought one of Verstappen's last round was quite harsh, and that was definitely a lot more extreme than that. So
yeah. I mean, I'm going to guess that the Holder car is going to argue, oh no, I was going for the overtake up the inside, which, yeah, kind of, but still, like,
yeah,
that's...
maybe they'll give them a slap on the wrist, just don't do that again.
Like, as soon as a car is, like, committed to making a move on you, like, you can't then say, oh no, but I'm going to go overtake the car ahead as well. Doesn't work that way, mate. Crack move, though, from JV, up the top 10.
JV's cooking.
And, yeah, we'll see how far forward he can get from here.
So P6 not far ahead of him there, so...
Yeah. Yeah, doing a pretty decent job of it.
Good pace from Elias, right? He's got the Williams car behind. He overtook, what, a lap ago, 2 laps ago? And, yeah, he's pulled 4 seconds. I want to say maybe it was the lap before that he made the move.
Yeah, it would have been the lap before.
But we've been yapping away, so maybe it's been 2 laps, you know? Yeah, you can see the gaps there from Elias to P5.
Yeah, that stretch out to over 4 seconds now, and he's slowly closing back up to the Williams 5 car, which is the sort of championship contending one as well.
Good, man. Our cars are quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
We don't have track position, but definitely got speed.
100%. Sontech car, though, leading, yeah, looks comfortable out front.
They were very fast last round as well,
They
right?
were, yes.
The Lamborghini. Got that thing hooked up.
Let me just double check the... apparently they've got a 30-second stop and go. I'm not sure what's going on with the
stop and go is hefty, right?
Or the success penalty thing, I think.
Kev saying he can't wait for their 20-second success penalty.
Yeah.
I can't wait for it either, just to spread everyone out and ruin the race.
Yeah.
We're having. Everyone's nice and bunched.
It'll only get interesting maybe in the last, like, 3 laps.
Yeah.
That's normally how it ends up going.
Stop-go penalty for points. Points meaning like accumulated penalty points?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, I think that's what it means.
And there are so many penalties in this series. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Norby has no success penalties, so BS have the championship basically. Oh, okay, yeah. All right, so yeah, the Norby Kish car, which is running second. Yeah, they've got absolutely nothing. What did the
penalties
Williams...
for the penalties in this championship?
Yeah, that's mad. The Williams car ahead have anything, Cav? We need P2 for second in the championship. Okay. Doable if we didn't have a
there, right? So
if we didn't have a like a success penalty, then yeah, doable, but probably not whenever the Williams 5 car as well doesn't have anything.
See, Michael's getting in the thick of it here now, and this is the problem now with sitting back, is that once the sharks start smelling a bit of blood and having a dip, can very easily get disconnected.
Yeah, that's
that poor little GT4 gets shoved wide.
Yeah, okay, yeah, makes sense, Kev. Yeah, the 47 won. No, it wasn't the 47, it was the 5, was it not? Fairly sure it was the 5.
Yeah, big problems for Michael now. He's obviously lost the P5 car train ahead. He's got a 3-second gap, so yeah, you can see that this strategy of not being aggressive at the start has not paid off. Yeah.
Or maybe he's just a little undercooked. With
traffic and whatnot, you just never know.
Well, with the pest prep as well, maybe that's why he sort of slipped back.
I mean, I do understand, yeah, he's definitely doing pest, but I'll be honest, when I hear that excuse in my head, I just say, you know, you're just talking crap, to be honest. You know, like you've done so many rounds here. The setup doesn't really change. Nothing changes. You've got so many time and laps. It's just not even an excuse, to be honest.
I was right.
So, yeah.
Vasilios did win in the 5, and then he swapped to the 47. I don't know why they swapped. That's a bit of a weird one to me, but yeah, it's Sindri Setsos in the 5 at the minute. There's a lot of penalties going about, and I haven't got access to like protest sheet, or I've not seen the briefing file either, so I'm slightly lost here.
See what JV does here. Big commitment move, or is he going to chill? Yeah, he's going to chill.
Yeah, I think
a nice place to go side by side.
If it was last lap of the race for like a championship win, yeah, you'd probably go for it, but for P9 on lap 5 of a 4-hour race, probably not. Right, the 47 has a 30-second stop and go as well. Okay, I'm slightly lost.
I think, aren't we all?
I'm confused. Big confusion. We'll figure it out after the first stop. We'll see who actually like stops for an extended period of time, and then after that, the race will be what it is. Right. So the car behind has a 30-second stop. Is that stop and go, or is that stop in the success penalty area thingy-majig? It's like back home all over again. So I actually, right, the 5 car, I don't think actually has anything on it because it got its point stripped from last round. So they won the race, got their point stripped, but don't have the they don't have the success penalty. I feel like they should keep the success penalty.
I just think they should,
because they won the race, and then it's a weird after race technicality thing where they've had the win or the points at least for the win taken off them. Then they should still they should still be punished for winning the race in this scenario. Where, like if that's the rule, then I feel like they should still have that.
Yeah, I don't understand why they've had it removed either. But
30-second stop go not success penalties for something else. Can someone link me the penalty sheet then in Discord, and I'll have a little bit more to work with. I don't have the penalty sheet because I wasn't provided the briefing document. I did ask for it and I wasn't given it. Fuming. Patience, as well. We'll get it sorted. Oh, I was just chipped in with the. Oh, sorry. All right, we're in business now.
JP
that's a lot of.
move. Here we go.
That's a ridiculous amount of penalties already for a race that.
Give everyone a penalty.
We're up to 30 protests, everyone. 30.
What?
Nothing's happened in this race, but there's been 30. There's been 30 incidents. Sontech drive-through for start infringement.
Wow.
Love that's incredible. Accelerating and decelerating in formation before the start, which is a breach of rules. All right, fun.
Say that again. Breach of what? For what?
Breach of rules off the start. They sped up and then slowed down, which apparently you're not allowed to do.
Ooh.
Drive-through. Boom. Ban hammer. Let's go. Just ban them. Any offense, like if you weave on a straight in front of another car, just ban from the series. Just instant ban. I've had a lot of fun doing the ARL Sheridan.
Yeah, how you finding it?
Oh,
part of me when I did it was like, really, guys? The other part of me had an absolute giggle at some of the stuff that would happen.
Yeah. It's like you get like a bunch of like really dumb, stupid instances. Like, oh, why am I like looking at this?
Yeah, why are you protesting? I had a guy made me laugh a lot. Probably the funniest protest I had ever. He protested the Watkins Glen chicane. He protested the chicane for crashing him out. So obviously he hit the curb and spun off into the wall, and he protested the chicane of the track. So I obviously I see the lap, I see where he's gone. I'm like,
issue a warning to the chicane for existing.
I give the chicane a stern warning, but I couldn't officially give it any license points or anything. But yeah,
I need to see that in the penalty sheet, like list of like penalties.
Sure,
like,
it's got
every
be
driver, and then just the bus stop chicane, 1 license point penalty.
Got to be there somewhere. But yeah, obviously, I see his name. I'm like, all right, find him in the list, lap, race, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm looking, and like he's just shunted on his own, and then I obviously go read further into it. I'm like,
yeah, he's the corner of shunted him.
Yeah, he protested the chicane.
Oh, I'd love to see it. Yeah, drain cover. Yeah. So yeah, I have some like ones where it's like, oh, okay, right, not much has happened here. Like this is just a dumb incident, or some guys are like protesting like legitimately good overtakes with it's like a tiny little bit of door bang because they've not given space on the inside. It's like no, he's made a good move there. But then you'll get like the post-race intent wrecks, and they're like, oh, yes, feed me more of that. Everyone just shunt after the line, and so I get to just issue a ban on.
I've
someone.
definitely had a handful of intent wrecks.
I've not had one yet in race.
Not yet.
It's all been after the line.
Okay, I think I've had maybe 1 or 2 in race that were pretty funny. Obviously not for the person on the other end of it, but yeah.
But to watch, you're like, yeah. No, I'm not going to condone it. I'm not going to say, like, lad, everyone's just straight in an intent wreck after the race. But when it does happen, whenever you know that someone's completely lost the rag, and you're just sitting there waiting for it to, all right, I know it's going to happen, I know it's going to happen. See him just weaving through 4, 5, 6 cars to get to the guy. It's like full oval mode. Just boom, straight in. And, it just warms my heart, it really does. Because it takes a long time to get through all of them as well. Like, we're sitting there for ages, just like...
I've had a few where someone will crash at the front of the field and 30 people get involved. And I have to go look, I have to watch the thing 40 times because I have to watch, did this guy slow down enough? Did this guy slow? Sometimes it takes forever.
When did we trade? A few weeks ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe a month ago?
Yeah, like 2-3 weeks ago, something like that maybe.
Yeah, because Pete's been racing and I haven't, so made sense for me to pick that up. It's been good fun. Also like it when people like appeal my decision. It's like, no, I'm right. You're wrong.
I encourage it.
I encourage.
I'm so used to people shouting at me that I think I had a guy DM me. I was out at Tesco and just flying around. I get a DM, and I thought it was the guy. I thought he was being sarcastic, saying like, good job on the decision making. Yeah. So I'm ready. Like, what's this guy's like? Just appeal it if you're not happy. Turned out he was actually being serious. Good job. Oh, but I'm just so used to people like being you're wrong. It's like, sorry about that.
Guy's going to protest Herman Tilke for some of his track designs. Yeah, like
some of them have been good though.
Some are all right, but yeah, like some of them are, pretty poor. But yeah, hopefully we see some like major beef in this race, and I'm looking through and seeing like who's got drive-throughs and who's got penalties and what's all actually happened here. So bear with me just a bit. There's been a lot of no further actions, off the start. Oh, there's a lot of like quality stuff as well in here. There's four protests from practice. Oh, that's All right, so the 48 car, doesn't have a real life driver, so they're just in having a dev. So, JV should just start like dive bombing everyone just to cause a little bit of mischief. Like it just has to. We've got Kev on the simmering cam, so that's where the talk is like what's Kev got? He's got protein brownie on the go. It is bulking season.
Brownie. That's a risk in a rig. A little crumble goes somewhere and all the chocolate melts into your seat or something.
You don't want any of that now. It's bulking season every season, mate.
I just realised why it's weird. It's not ideal.
Oh, that's not going well, mate. That's not going well. It's like solid but floppy.
She said.
Beat me to it. It's too quick. Pete finished first on that one.
It is dense.
Yeah.
It's all good. It'll warm up in your stomach.
It will. Yeah. You'll get a feel for it. Right, who's got drive-throughs? The 18 car.
Who doesn't have drive-throughs, but with a better question.
Which is not out of the race. It has a drive-through still, sir, so I don't know how that works for the last round of the season. Elvis, you have to like go back out and just drive through the pits again, or like what's going on? Or do you just get them banned from the series for not serving a drive-through? These are the important questions that we need to know. 107 car has a drive-through.
Michael's flying along here. I feel like the gap was like 3-4 seconds, something like that.
Yeah,
last checked.
5.
Yeah, no, it's all the way down to
3.8.
well within the slipstream now.
Yeah, he's got back into the mix.
Just shows how much they were cruising, right?
Yeah. The question, Elvis, I think it's your car that's got a drive-through, but you're out of the race. So, like, do you just get banned from the series for not serving a drive-through, or like, what's going on here? That drive-through must be served under DNLS rules, even if your car is undrivable. I've no idea. This series is great. The 105 share Esports car that's in championship contention has a drive-through as well.
Ooh. Or?
Start procedure, exact same as the Sontec car in GT3.
I mean, come on. To be fair,
yeah,
I was about to make the comment like I didn't see nothing wrong We did comment on the start. So
we did comment.
Something did go wrong at the start there.
Yeah,
there was a massive checking up.
Yeah, it was a little suspicious. Like,
so I assume maybe they've caused that, which wasn't good.
Yeah.
I mean,
accelerate and decelerate information before starting, which is breach rules.
Okay. I mean, like, if nobody gets damage and there's no harm done, like, do they really need to drive through? I didn't see anybody actually crash or anything.
I didn't see it either. But also, it's the last round of the season, and that rule's probably been in there from the start, and guys have probably got punished for it before. Like, at this point, you should probably know better.
I'll say it again, at least the stewards actually stick to things that are written.
Yeah.
The amount of series, even current ones I'm doing, where things are in the rules, get broken, and then the steward goes, well, it wasn't that bad, and just get on the next one.
Yeah.
At least it's nice to see the stewards having a bit of backbone and sticking to what's actually written in the rules.
Yeah, 100%. The share car is under investigation again for unsportsmanlike conduct. I don't know what they've done up front, but yeah. Issues, probably. So the number 2 car of the share is leading in Porsche Cup. Still waiting to see just sort of how the rest of this race unfolds. It has sort of split out a bit more than what we've...
The Beanie Bandit is cooking.
The Beanie
That gap is closing to the leader in P Cup.
Yeah, he's on the chew.
And Elias as well after the Suntech car's out the way.
Yeah.
So it looks a lot more positive, right?
Yeah. But sadly still has a 20-second penalty to
true.
give up.
And these success penalties, it's ruining the race.
I know, it does. It's horrible. It's horrible.
Oh no. Our academy driver joined right before the start command, and a couple guys jumped thinking that it was the race control message.
Oh, so Jordan's just caused absolute carnage then. Let's go. Oh, I like it.
Not ideal.
Things like this sort of make my day. It helps me through like a 4-hour broadcast. It's just little things that like you wouldn't see without a little bit of inside info. But the little bit of inside info, he's rolled out of bed at 4 a.m. just caused utter carnage. I love that. He's probably just like stumbled into the rig with a like massive mug of coffee or something. He's no idea what's happened. Just all right. Into the session, let's go, and then all of a sudden guys are picking up drive-thrus left and right. It's great. Love it. So yeah, Elias is
Trucking
along. Nice gap out to P4 now. We'll see what happens with the Suntech car. With like the other protest.
It's like an overtake at the front of P Cup there, so probably bunching up as they're fighting. Should bring Michael back into it quite a bit as well.
Yep, so Dor and Scherer have sort of traded back and forth a little bit. Up at the front there. Elias is managing that gap there in and around the 2 second mark. Oh, meanwhile, JV is... Oh, never mind.
See you later, mate.
That's too...
I've been in that fence before.
Yes, you have, yeah. You've seen that one before. That was a fantastic time to cut back to JV.
Yes.
And obviously,
shout out to Lee for that cutback.
Yeah, JV's facial expression says a lot there.
With his wide Putin camera.
Yeah, the wide. I mean, it was a lot wider than what he's got now.
Oh, nice replay here then.
Yeah.
Perfect seat. Get the Prit stick out.
Yeah.
See you, mate.
Mate, that's Gorilla Glue. Sorry, not Prit stick. Like that's
the heavy stuff.
That's the heavy duty. That stuff will hold a house together. Up into 7th now, which is
6th just up the road.
They've still got a 60-second stop and hold to serve for not having a real life driver in the car, but who cares? They've went from the back of the grid to 7th just by just rocking up and having a good time.
Yeah, it's gonna get better from here. The wind's on.
Like, the main reason why those guys are even like circulating around is they gave the 49 car a slipstream in qualifying. Yeah, that's more or less what they're in for that and having a good time. That's deserving of a baguette from under the bed. Yeah, probably. So yeah, Michael's still working towards that lead group again. The Quanta car was able to zip up quite a bit in the draft on the Dotner there. It looked like it came close to a second or something crazy like that. Oh, we haven't seen that little graphic there, hold in, for a while. Normally whenever I'm doing the broadcast and controlling the cameras, I love having that little thing in the bottom corner just to sort of see where everyone's at.
I was about to ask who is actually in the Commando car ahead, who's driving it, and the graphic popped up.
There we go, Sander Reid.
Perfect timing.
Got Gianni Vecchio in third. I'm sure he'll get pulled out of the car to watch his best friend Max do the F1 race later. I'm sure that's why he's like doing the first stint too.
Marshall's a good wheeler.
Marshall's very good. He's
Yeah.
very aggressive as well.
Rennsport, he was very, very quick as well.
Yeah, especially given the circumstances that those guys jumped in on. Like, they were on an absolute hiding to nothing. And
Gianni is
you want to race out and
all over the place there. I think Gianni near shunted there, to be honest. But yeah, I remember...
Isn't Gianni always basically nearly shunting?
Yeah.
Anytime he drives his car, he ends up with like negative points in PES, doesn't he?
I think so, yeah. He's not maybe not the cleanest.
I think he's done like 3 seasons of PES and he's not like finished any of them.
I've had my fair share of contacts with him, but he always seems he always seems to blame them on me, so...
Yeah. No, he's a funny guy. An absolute weapon on track, and bit of a weapon off it. He likes a good booze up.
Does he?
Yeah. Oh, he loves it.
Barcelona. That was a good sim racing moment. Yeah. Hard to forget about that.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Wasn't that Katasoy Airlines? Wasn't that came from? Or was this something different?
I think it was the same race, but it was maybe a different incident. No, I think that was that incident.
That's what put him in the catch fence, I think.
Oh, that's
right. And then he just decided, I'm out of here.
It was the same crash.
Yeah, so that's two sim racing moments in one corner.
Yeah, I went off on Mari Kaitasoya and stand by what I said actually about that. I've not retracted that statement and will not do so at this point. Like
Does Kaitasoya still race? I don't think I've seen his name in a very long time.
Not much. I've not seen the name around in a while, but the problem is like a lot of these Finnish teams, they start up and shut down in 6 months. So like he's been swapping in and out of teams, and yeah, I've not seen much of him recently either. Yeah, home run. Yeah, we're out of the park on that one. So yeah, Gianni was in the catch fence and just left the car there for the rest of the race, which was quite funny. I was on my lid, and just giving off over how bad everyone was, because it was a battle for like we'd all got shunted earlier in the race, I'm pretty sure, and we're just trying to make it round without anything else happening, and all of a sudden he goes spearing off the road at T1 and comes back on at a near 90-degree angle through T2 and puts me on my lid and Gianni into the catch fence. I'm like, it's just the worst bit of driving I've ever seen at this level. That's paraphrasing. I think I said a lot worse things. No bad language. I kept the language clean, but the intention was pretty brutal.
GT3 leaders, I think, were side by side for a second there.
And yeah, they filtered back into the line. Alia still holding sort of that 2-second gaps. Yeah, all the sort of these top three Merc drivers, as they come into pit for the first time, makes sense. They don't quite make it to the R.
Oh, what a soft entry.
Weak. So
I want a McKelly Costantini entry. If you're not locking all 4 tires and having at least 10 degrees of angle, you're not trying hard enough.
No. And if you're not 40 Ks over the limit on the line, but somehow avoid the penalty, then yeah, you're not trying hard enough.
Good stint from JV there.
Yeah, really
very good stint. And a proper hard entry there as well, it looked like.
Oh, what he should have done was like really brake late, push the Leipert car.
Load him over the limit.
Load him over the limit. So yeah, he will serve his penalty in his own box. Like it's a stop and go, I guess, which gets applied by race control. For the success penalty, it's done differently. So Alex has served his, and away he goes into his box. Meanwhile, the Williams car leaves there. So that to me indicates very short stint, second stint for those guys. That was only about. Oh, and I mean, Alias is really, really short on his stop as well. So we know...
JV gesturing something there, I don't know. I can't tell. I don't know what's going on in his head. I can't tell if he's happy, sad.
No one can tell.
Yeah, nobody knows.
He's an impossible man to figure out. I've met some people over the course of my life that I can't figure out, but he's like right up there.
Yeah, he's definitely
just
one
can't
of them.
work him out.
Yeah.
Great guy though, but impossible to understand.
They're currently debating who wants to try.
Park it up, lads.
We here at Apex are always well prepared and organised.
Yeah, because neither one. Well, I mean, it's understandable. You got a 60-second stop and hold.
Like, Michael's finally caught up to the pack ahead.
He has indeed. That gap that was over 5 seconds is now 2.2 to the lead.
Yeah, it's a really good grind there.
Yeah, 100%.
Lesson to be learned, I think, though. It's better to be further up the train.
Yeah, just got to wonder whether like he's had to use more of what he's got, both in terms of fuel and tires, to get back there, or whether he's actually just had this pace and he's just chilling for the first half of the first stint, so he's going to be OP now for the rest. Who knows? Because I remember that being like a... that was the strat.
Potentially, with traffic.
Might be. The 183 has the best team name in the race, maybe. Well, we'll have to take a look, but in the meantime, we've got some proper wheeling on the go here.
Michael's a bit boxed in, unfortunately.
A little bit. It's hard to make it 3 wide like later in the straight. You need to like get there early. Otherwise, once the 2 guys go side by side, sort of through the kink there, it's quite difficult. No major bust ups or dramas for now. It's still quite early. JV has been persuaded to go back out and drive again. He's going to come straight out actually into P-Cup traffic, I guess.
Can we get the number 183 team name?
183.
What is this team name?
Yeah, let me find it. Oh, adopt, don't shop. Oh, it's Rene Lantis thing. So Rene is the team manager of Mouse Esports on the sim racing side of things.
Ah. Adopt, don't shop.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I mean, is there a difference between... Surely shopping is technically adopting, right?
I don't know.
Well, I guess adopting...
What are we adopting?
Adopting's free. Sure, when you shop, you pay,
I'm
I
not
guess.
sure.
Adopting a new pair of shoes. Same as shopping for a pair of shoes.
Possibly. Who knows? Yeah, that's good stuff. I'm a big fan of that.
So we now had a close race, absolutely blown up with these anti-competition penalties.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. It looks like Ellis really hasn't lost all that much time, but it seems quite obvious that they're going with a shorter second stint here with Elias.
What a shame, man. We had 3 or 4 of the GT3s there all stacked up with each other.
Yep.
Would have been a good race, and it's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah. So I think I know what the plan and the strategy is. I'm not going to totally give it away, but it makes sense why Elias, despite a 20-second stop, hold or success penalty, is only 8.6 off the lead, despite all that. So there'll be plenty of time to cook, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. It's the in-lap for the Porsche Cup, so it's probably a good idea to see how those guys are getting on. So it's sort of filtered out a little bit again. It's all spread out actually just in this first sector more than anything.
There's probably a bit of traffic, I think, there, more than likely spreading the guys apart.
Yeah, but everyone's still sort of got like draft with the car ahead, so it's all pretty close still. Yeah, Michael was the quickest Porsche Cup last time by on a 58.6. Share Esports number 2 car on a 58.7, but yeah, he was the quickest last time by. So yeah, good pace, good speed, and yeah, he's worked his way nicely back onto the train here, and dropped the other Quanda car of Bobby Zelensky sort of out of range as well.
What's Bobby up to these days? NASCAR stuff, eNASCAR?
Yeah, eNASCAR.
Sort of main focus on that, right?
Yeah. I don't think he's in PES this year, is he?
I'm not sure. That's why I ask. I'm not totally sure if he is in it. Maybe he is, and he's just a bit further towards the back. And
I don't think he is.
A bit lost back there.
Could be wrong. I'm probably wrong. I feel like he's always somehow made his way in, but I don't think he is this time.
eNASCAR was good last round. It was good to watch.
He isn't. Okay. So like I feel like he should be there. He's been there nearly every season. 2
points under the cut.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember the last round of Contenders now. I think he was involved. I think he got a penalty, which is what knocked him out. I think he got the elbows out a little bit too hard.
Yeah.
He went full
I don't think he'd
oval.
be too upset, right? He's got the...
Yeah, he turned Lolum. Yeah.
Ah, yes, this was on the exit of the Dunlop hairpin,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I remember that.
So I remember he had the points, like before the penalty, he would have been in.
And then just decided that he wanted to end someone, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think his penalty was quite light as well,
Yeah.
from what I saw.
But it's enough to like not put him through, so it's like, yeah, fair enough. It only needed to be a 4-point penalty then, or whatever it was to, you know, do the damage effectively.
Got a nice on board with Michael then.
Yeah, on board with Michael.
So hopefully hear this absolutely horrific 6th gear whine.
Oh, no, he's teased us. He just left it in fifth there coming into
It's a little
Barclay.
tease, Michael. Yeah, I do find that the 6th gear is... It destroys my ears in this car.
Really?
Yes, first 5, then you get to 6, and they sound like this year's generation of F2 cars. The whistle. Have you heard them?
I haven't actually, no.
You should look into it.
It's like, I can hear the difference, but like I don't...
It's actually not too bad.
I don't stress over it.
But yeah, the F2 cars in real life, I thought it was the turbo that was whistling, and it turns out that with the new regulations, with the extra aero under the floor,
Yeah.
it's just the sound of the air going under the car, and the cars just whistle constantly. So it sounds, it sounds quite funny.
Yeah. To be fair, I've had to listen to the Mercedes on Rennsport for 6 months, so...
The name gives me shivers with the word. Rennsport.
So, yeah, hoping and praying for a sound improvement there, because that's... yeah, it's not sounding great, I will concede. The 6th gear on the Porsche Cup in iRacing sounds a lot better than any gear in the AMG GT3 on Rennsport.
Yikes.
Sadly. They'll get it fixed, they'll get it sorted. Kev has 3 BAMs to last until the end of the race.
Your heart needs to last you the rest of your life, mate. Relax.
Well, it will.
Take it easy.
His heart will last him.
True, actually.
Yeah,
It can't not do that, can it?
It's not like he's going to conk
Yeah, you might
out.
as well just have 10 then.
Yeah, go for it. Knock yourself out. Unless there's a world in which, you know, your heart will just keep going after you conk, you know, who knows, but, you know, it's your body, you might as well use it however you see fit. Club 27, here he comes. Yeah. How are we looking for this evening, Johan? Ready for some major bus stops, major sends,
The
major
hack
loves?
of all hacks.
The hack of all hacks.
A $4,000 hackathon.
That's really what they should have just called it.
I mean, they
They
should
just totally embrace it.
employ me.
For those unaware, Porsche Esports Super Cup this evening is the Watkins Glen mid-season oval invitational
Yeah, the best way I could describe it is
hack
a
of
Porsche Cup rallycross event.
Yeah, pretty much.
That is the easiest way to describe it, I think.
It's 3-lap heats.
Consolation.
5 heats. A consolation, which is 15 minutes, and then a feature race, which I can't remember how long that is.
Probably 30, I would say, their standard
Probably.
feature, right?
Yeah.
Should be interesting, though.
But
I think
the heats will be a proper hack.
I think I've heard 5 points for fastest lap. I don't know if it's just the feature. I'm sure the guys... I'd hope it's just the feature,
I'd hope
because
so too.
if you're getting 5 points for each, you're getting an extra 50 points, so... Feature is 16 laps, 17-minute feature. I mean, short and sweet's probably the way to go. Yeah, I do feel like some of the... I mean, if anything, the ERL events, you know, the 5-lap F4 events that we did showed that you don't need long races to make it interesting, so...
Yeah. From a spectator point of view, I think it'll be really, really good. From a driver perspective, I think, you know, 3-lap heats on Watkins Oval is like, oh, jeez. Like, there's... It kind of all comes down to qualifying on lap 1. Like, the whole thing. Like, if you don't put a good Q lap together, then you're just in deep, deep trouble. Because your qualifying... I'm sorry, your heat determines whether you go straight into the feature or whether you go into the consi, and it sets your grid position in the consi. So if you like shunt on lap 1 of your heat and you're at the back,
that's a proper entry from Michael.
That's a proper entry.
Putting them under pressure.
That's it. All right, so we'll see how this goes. We've got a couple of guys have success penalties. Michael doesn't, because our guys finished 4th in the last round, which is pretty good.
So it's didn't there for Michael. Bit of panic stations a little bit once we got disconnected, but he did a really good job to
Yeah, he's got a smile on his face, so
close it back up.
I
He's
don't know.
having fun.
Yeah, he's having a good day.
Just wait until we get Keita on. It's usually He gestures quite a lot when he drives, so she's quite funny.
It's almost stereotypical German in terms of like anger and aggression behind the wheel.
That's what you want. It's passion.
Passion.
You want passion.
Passion and footwork.
Theoretically, you could qualify P26th in the PESC race and start on pole if everyone shunts in Heat 1. I mean...
Oh, yeah. Like, yeah, in your heat, if you qualify 26th and then somehow win the heat, you will start on pole.
If ever there was a recipe for shunts, that's got to be it.
Yeah.
Bit of an awkward pit exit then for Michael with the traffic.
But
clean stop and off he goes. Yep. Gained a few spots.
4.4 behind the door car.
Time to cook. See if he can close the gap down like before. I imagine it'll be a bit stiffer a challenge this time.
Yeah, most likely. But yeah, we'll see how he goes. The GT3 guy is going through GT4 at the minute. I think if we can pull that up. Okay, yeah. It's not been kind so far. Yeah. Elias has sort of lost about a second or so far.
One of the best classes in the game, GT4s.
Yeah, I agree. Excellent cars all around.
As someone is doing burnouts in the car park in a very loud car, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Enjoying themselves.
Yep, someone's having a good day. We do get a surprising amount of... Well, not really a surprising amount of it, just given our location. It's... I
did wonder for a second what the noise was. I wasn't sure if someone was just having a little sing-song to themselves for a second, and then I heard it bashing off the limiter for a bit. Yes, this is kind of played out. Like I say, it's just a bit of a shame about the success penalties. I honestly can't see things changing a whole deal from here at the minute.
Yeah.
Sort of strung out quite a bit.
With Elias most likely on like lighter fuel as well, like it's sort of important as well that he can try and make the most of it, but then yeah, the traffic's sort of not worked out in his favour. There's JV now, yeah, 2 minutes off the lead because of one of the two drivers not being a real world driver.
Yeah.
It's yeah, like that's more or less day done.
I wanted to have a go at donuts when it snowed, but I couldn't pull out of my parking spot. That was funny to watch. I heard this sound, like this really high-pitched whirring sound. I look out the window to seeing Johan's car just slowly wheel spinning and then sliding back down. Slowly wheel spinning back up and sliding back down. I think eventually he gave up, took a little bit of break, came back at it for a second crack and eventually got the car out.
Yeah, that's not going well. It is good fun to have a little hack in the snow, but...
especially in his car. His car is scary.
Yeah.
That thing is a rocket ship.
It is indeed. It's got more horsepower than what you absolutely need for motoring about here in the UK, at least.
Yeah, especially for rear-wheel drive as well.
Mm. Yeah, it definitely packs a punch. So, first pit stop's done and dusted. We have, Elias in third after the 20-second success penalty, but definitely what it looks like is a short stop. See if I can check pit stop time. If I'm clever, if I can work it out. Yeah, stationary for 12.8 seconds, which isn't a lot compared to everyone else, sort of in the 30 sort of mark. So, yeah, definitely on the shorter side of things. Keeps him with reasonable track position. Yep, now we've got it on screen there. Yeah, 12.8 versus 30.6, 33.5. A good chunk under. So yeah, definitely on the splash at this point, and then it'll be full stints, I assume, then till the end, or at least something very close to it. So that's, I guess, just a way to mitigate the loss of time there with the success penalty. But now we sort of don't know where anyone really stands in the race for the next 2 hours, probably.
Yeah, next 2 hours, 44 minutes.
Yeah. I will know a little bit before that, but we're only really going to know where things really shake out, yeah, with under an hour to go in GT3.
Gap is increasing for Michael, so going the opposite way than he would want.
Yeah.
But I assume that will potentially change depending on strategies and whatnot, as that is very unfortunate timing for Elias.
Yeah.
He has lost a chunk of time coming into pit lane. A couple seconds thrown away there.
Yeah.
Been there, not pleasant.
Nothing you can really do about it either.
No, absolutely nothing.
Or, I mean, it could just...
Outside of risking a race, sending it, but...
Could just punt the GRE6 out of the way. Just, bosh, have that. So, Kev looks like he's ready to rumble.
Yep.
So we're going to get a driver swap here. That is in and out of the car. And Kev will jump in and get the car out of pit lane. And away he'll go. It'll be a full service most likely because I've seen the car go up in the jacks. And you want to fuel it so that you cover the driver swap as well as a bare minimum. They're in really, really sharp as well. So I assume it's 7-lap stints for these guys all the way to the end.
So 2 stops from here, right?
Correct, yes. I'm going to need every last drop of fuel to make that happen. And away he goes.
Quick adjustment of the crotch.
Yep.
Perfect. Settled.
Just gotta release the boys, really.
Let's see what they can do then.
Up.
Obviously, we're waiting to see what the other cars do, and then we'll get a bit more of an idea. Obviously, the guys are heavily out of sync at the minute, so...
Oh, yeah, massively. So, like...
The next bunch of laps were sort of no man's land.
Yeah. The pace is unlikely to be brilliant because the other guys are going to be on lighter fuel and the tires sort of maybe slightly more where he wants them, or where they want them, sorry, versus Kev. It'll be then when they pit and Kev goes the extra couple of laps.
As JV seems to have passed out.
Is he driving down the Dotner? I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Oh no, he's coming.
Somebody, if someone wouldn't mind clipping that, that would be great. Please. That was funny.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, that was good. I mean, P12 now.
We're all feeling it, mate. We are all feeling it.
Yeah.
Your hands on it. Perfect.
It's a shame as well because he actually had a really good first stint.
Well, he did a crack first stint.
Obviously, no pressure on it because he knew that the time penalty was coming in. But it was really well.
The race was set up very well before the success penalties.
Yeah.
It was set up very well.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Our car, though, is latched onto the back of P9, the Pro Sport Mercedes. So hopefully we can dispatch them fairly quickly. We've got traffic as well here, which is GT4, I think. Yeah, because we pitted the second time, we're going to have to go back through them again, which is pretty inconvenient.
Hold Kev up now that this GT4 is on a compromised line.
Not too bad.
Definitely could have been worse.
Yeah.
It's a very scary corner to go past for that reason, is the grass comes back at you very quickly when you're on the outside.
Hopefully we can clear the BMW here as well.
GT4s are a lot slippier in the straight than you might think.
Yeah, just about negotiated. Not much in the way of time lost there, so all good. So yeah, hopefully we don't get held up too much by the Pro Sport car here. Thinking maybe an overtake into, or just before the carousel, so the launch straight there. We can get that done early rather than waiting all the way to the Dotner. Don't think it's just really anything on the cards between now and then. But we'll see. He might pull a cheeky one through the sort of this double left or just fire one up the inside, just get straight in there.
Astra-esque.
Exactly. Yeah, he's got like full tank of fuel. Oh, the car's wide.
There you go. You called it.
Go, go, go. Up the inside. Let's go, let's go.
You called
it. I did it.
Jimmy knows something we don't.
I know what I'm talking about. Let's go. That's the only thing I'm going to call spot on the entire day. So I'll take the little wins on that one. Kevin Asher Jr. Yeah, that's a cracker. I like that.
Gap starting to stabilise for Michael at the front of P Cup. He's not starting to. He's definitely not sinking as far as he was when he came out the pits. So,
well, not only is he not sinking as far as he was, but completely dropped the red line car that was right on his tail coming out of the pits.
Ah, true, yeah.
That red line car was like right on him on the way out, and that's now 3.5 seconds.
By our lovely graphics.
Put Gianluca to the curb on that one. No worries, Elias. All good. We're seeing the elbows out through the carousel. That's the important thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Michael's going to keep trucking along.
Just not much to talk about, unfortunately, guys. It just is what it is, you know.
Sadly.
Just got to be a bit patient and wait for things to shake out.
And that's the case as well for the drivers as well. Like, they know that
it's hard to stay. It can be hard to stay focused sometimes.
It can be.
You know,
yeah, you haven't got something ahead to like totally fixate on. Then yeah, it can get.
Sort of feel like you're driving for nothing.
Yeah.
But you need to stay on it for obvious reasons.
But I also find then in a scenario like this, it's quite easy to just get into a rhythm.
Yeah,
like, there's no pressure on. Like
nice
you're not feeling anything. You're not feeling like, oh right, I need to gain this amount of time in
you
this
just
number of laps.
Lock in, find your pace, get in a rhythm, and
you just sink into it and go.
Yeah, crack off the corners. Michael runs a little bit wide there and absolutely pummels the curb.
He's
opted in to say Giga Stream. Thank you, mate.
Appreciate it.
You guys are enjoying it. Plenty more to come with PES this evening as well.
Exactly.
So stick around.
That's one that you definitely don't want to miss. We're going to have Kev as well sat alongside here, probably just making fun of everyone. So it's for that alone, it's going to be worth it. Okay. Yeah, we've got. Lee's going to pull up the clip of JV snoozing down the straight.
Yeah, for those who missed it.
Patience. Hold it. Oh, he's broken it. It's broken. It's not going to plan. It's all right.
So it's Michael's POV. It's what he sees right now.
It's what Michael thinks.
It's darkness.
This is Michael's brain at about 10 a.m. on any given day. Just nothing. Absolute nothing.
Should be able to hopefully sort this in a second, guys.
All right, we've got something on the go at the minute whilst we sort some of these minor technical gremlins out. It is not
a little bit
easy.
of insight as well that people won't maybe know is that I think Kev has the squeakiest braking foot I've ever heard.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard it, but
yeah, I've heard it.
Every time he pushes the brake, his foot squeaks. Not the pedal, but his foot.
That's what it is.
It's his foot, yeah. Because he was showing me his boots and the heel of his boot. He was like, yeah, it's like worn away and it's flat. And it turns out that he locks his ankle and just pushes his whole leg. So it's his heel scraping on the bottom of the pedal plate.
Yeah.
So it makes a little squeak. So it's not the pedal.
There we go.
I should have took a video of it. You can see my rig to the left of him there, but I sat one day just watching his feet, trying to figure out where it was coming from, and yeah, it's his foot making the noise.
That's incredible. So we can maybe just pay a little bit of attention on his left foot there as he comes into the braking zone. You can just about spot it there. Coming down the hill into Tiergarten. Shame that the exposure is slightly off, but yeah, it's a straight line move. It's not.
Some people pivot from their ankle. He locks his ankle and pushes the whole leg. So yeah, interesting.
It's leg day every day with Kev. That's for sure.
And he's definitely got strong legs. Well, I don't know if you heard or seen anything. We were mucking around, but we had to go on each other's rigs.
Yeah.
Very funny. Very, very funny. I couldn't reach his pedals, so my bum was all the way forward on the, where your thigh would rest.
Yeah.
And then he got into my rig and. Yeah, his knees were up like a team sport cart with the rim down by his kneecaps.
Yeah. Oh, we've got dramas, we've got issues.
Yes, apologies, guys, if any of that's coming through, but it should be all right.
Yeah. Oh, and a shame that
I tried to show the clip and it's blown up our...
it's just wrecked the entire
Someone's
thing.
who gave us a virus? Someone give us a virus.
There we go.
Recovered.
Saved. We're back in business.
And you missed nothing. Don't worry.
No, it was all pretty straightforward, all the plan. We're still slightly dropping off the back of the Dury sports car. But again, still extending the gap out to Redline. So whatever Tim Jarshall's had for breakfast this morning has clearly worked because he is on the chew. Seconds a lap quicker than everyone else.
So attempt number 2.
Oh.
It's looking positive.
Yeah,
Here
we got it. Nailed it.
So we just need to pay attention to JV in the bottom left corner. As he passes out.
There we go. that was worth it. That is the ultimate resident sleeper right there. There we go. Right. Back to business. Yeah, not much is happening. Kev's bleeding a little bit of time, which is sort of to be expected. With
the heavy tank.
The heavy tank, yeah. And the tires just, slowly coming in more than anything. I'll keep a general eye on lap times where I can. But yeah, it'll take quite a bit of time for this all to fully shake out. So yeah, if you guys have any questions you want to ask either of us, feel free to pop them into the chat. Because obviously, we're sort of getting into the quiet part of the race. So if you've got any talking points or want to address things, just fire it in, and yeah, we'll do our best to answer. Cool. So yeah, Lee's gonna leave the camera as is while he goes to take a quick break. So we'll have our eyes on Kev on sort of the TV camera here for now. Yeah. Oh, this is going to be a bit of a struggle.
It's definitely getting to that point now, isn't it?
Yeah, but we've done, I think, quite well for the first near hour and a half.
Yeah,
but
90 minutes. Too bad,
yeah, it's going to get quite quiet from here. Kev's got some more GT4 traffic to negotiate. I guess the strats maybe not worked out brilliantly because he's been fed back further and
having to go through the same people again, maybe.
Yeah, a little bit of that. Or at least not gaining the ground that you would normally get whenever those guys pit.
Yeah.
So we're taking the extra stop, you do sort of have to go back through them. Whereas the top guys in GT3 at the minute, sort of a minute and 14 seconds up the road, don't have to worry about them.
Gap's really strong out there between Michael and the door car in P1. A good few seconds there, not really sure. We obviously missed what went on, but I feel like that jumped up from 6 and a bit, 7 to all the way up to the 9s there. So
yeah,
not sure if they're on the same strategy, like fuel and things like that. I don't know if this is just all on merit.
I think it was going through GR86. It's just sort of looking at the timing and where he is sort of on the track. Unfortunately, with Lee, he sort of stepped out for a second there, and none of us daring to change what's on the on the stream in case we break everything, which we probably will. We don't have visibility on that, but he did lose quite a bit of time as well to the red line car behind, and then it all stretched back out again. So I think it was just GR86 traffic, which,
is what it is.
Yeah, there's not much you can do with that. That's yeah, that's always going to be a bit of a tricky one. Again, another sort of quiet race so far in terms of incidents. Only 3 cars out of the race total. 2 in GT3, so the Kwanda Mantai car and RC Car Shop in GT3, and one of the Porsche Cup cars is out, the Kate Kramer Racing Esports car. So again, all fairly clean. I'll take a look at race control and see if there's another 30 incidents for absolutely nothing that's been added to the sheet. 119 car, so that's Michael. Got a warning for blocking another car. Naughty boy, shouldn't be at that, but it's only a warning, so it's fine.
Not sure when he did that.
Not sure either. It was in the first stint, lap 4. Oh, I could say it. End of lap 4, start of lap 5. If my ability to convert German in my head is accurate, which it probably isn't, but something in along those lines anyway. So, a warning for active closing the line is the reasoning. I guess he blocked slightly. Nothing major. Was there one that we had with JV in the first stint as well? Where it was like, where like he made the move around the outside, but...
there's Mark giving a bit more insight into that. He pinched the car up to the pit wall, left space, but still tight.
Okay, that makes sense then.
Sounds like hard racing to me, but yeah, they don't want to race these guys, I don't think.
No. They want a procession. All good. Yeah, I'm good as is now. VRP.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll stick it out a little bit longer.
Trucking along.
Trucking along.
Thoughts on F1, Mark, if you're still around, if you've got a bit of time to chat about that. Positive, negative, sort of where you thought you guys would be. You guys meaning Mercedes F1, for those who don't know.
Yep. Our man Mark is an engineer, designer of...
yeah, very smart man.
Of the brake things on an F1 car.
Yep. Wishbones recently. I've been told. So yeah, an important role.
So he was doing such a poor job of the brakes, he's been relegated.
Potentially, yeah. Potentially.
That's mean. That's so harsh. I kid. Mark is a smarter man than I'll ever be, so I can't.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on F1? You watched qualifying, I assume, yeah?
Yeah, I seen qualifying yesterday.
Definitely a lot closer than I expected things to be.
For qualifying, I think it was kind of what I was expecting. Was actually pleasantly surprised by who was it? Like Hamilton not being on top of Russell, really?
Yeah.
Like I was like, like Hamilton was like saying really positive things about the car, and it's like, yeah, finally feels like a race car again, and he's like 2 tenths off George. I'm like, oh.
Pleasantly surprised by Q, feeling good for the race, says Mark. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's sort of what you're saying is, yeah, it definitely seems they're not too bad. Yeah, I agree, Owen. Like we saw a few times last year with Red Bull where they either were put under pressure in qualifying or even out-qualified the odd time, and they got to the race and Verstappen in the Red Bull just absolutely cleared off up the road. So I'm sort of thinking the same. Like I want to think it's positive that everyone's closer, but realistically on the long runs I expect the Red Bull in Verstappen's hands to probably dominate quite a lot.
Only in his hands as well.
Yeah, I do say that, yeah, because Perez just clearly doesn't have... To be fair to Perez, he's a lot closer to this race than he has been at any point that I remember seeing outside of the start of last year. And even then...
He was closer at this point last year than he was yesterday.
Was he genuinely? Was he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was only like 2 tenths off yesterday, and this time around he's like 3.5.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe it seems worse. But yeah, it definitely... yeah. That's sort of my thinking as well, Mark, is that Red Bull are definitely going to just clear off in the race. Hopefully not, though.
Do you think Red Bull keeps Perez for the entire season?
Yes, yeah. I do.
I don't think they'll swap.
I mean, who do you think... I mean, what's Perez's contract? What's he contracted to?
This year, just
this year?
Yeah.
I mean, who do you replace him with? I did think Norris. Maybe Red Bull would have thought of Norris, but I don't know if...
They're signing out to long-term deals.
I don't know if Norris said it or someone just said that maybe that's potentially a reason, but I just don't think he wants to go up against Verstappen. And I don't, I don't blame him.
He would get,
that's the case.
He would get absolutely wiped.
Yeah,
like everyone does.
And that's the problem, is that Verstappen's a career killer. You know?
Oh, 100%.
Sure,
100%.
you're in Red Bull and it's great, but it's probably the end of the road from there for most.
I don't even know who you could reasonably put up
there's not a single junior driver that comes to mind for me that I would put in that seat, you know?
So I guess logically you would just feed Ricardo back to him again for like another year or whatever, just to kill time.
Yeah, to me, you might as well just keep Perez. I feel like it's not worth the time of him getting used to things again when you've just got Perez who could do the same job. I don't think Yuki could do as good a job. Like, it's definitely tough. Like, I genuinely don't know who you would put in that seat. I guess the other problem is that no matter who you put in that seat, they're never going to be a Verstappen. So
no, like Verstappen is literally one of the.
It's a tough one, right?
I think their plan is that Ricardo would dispatch Yuki this season and then
just doesn't seem to be the case, right? I feel like
like Yuki got qualified.
Yuki got qualified. Yeah, I was about to say. I feel like Yuki got qualified him yesterday.
Like, as much as I don't rate Yuki at all, he has done well enough last year, and then off to a good start in qualifying this season.
Liam Lawson, maybe. What's Lawson up to at the minute? What is
he's just hanging about, I think, waiting for a drive.
I guess Liam Lawson's probably up there in terms of candidates for those guys.
But the problem, like, you would need to just feed someone to Max and put him in the RB, is what they're calling it now.
Yeah.
Like, you wouldn't put him straight into the Red Bull just to feed him to Max. Like, that's just crazy, I think.
That's a tough one. Same with Mercedes when Hamilton moves across. Like, I hear all this talk about Antonelli, but I think that would be crazy to put Antonelli in that seat.
We were discussing this because like all of us watched it downstairs here yesterday. We got it up on the TV. There's a couple of arguments where you would put him in for next season because you got the big rules change in 26.
True.
It depends really on how competitive Mercedes are.
Alonso.
Well, I mean,
they've definitely got a lot of junior drivers, Mercedes, because they've got guys like Vesti, who's sharp in F2. There's definitely a few others out there, but Vesti's definitely the one that comes to my mind. I mean, anyone who suggests Mick Schumacher, I mean...
you just need to not have an opinion on motorsport, really.
It's horrible, yeah.
Like, Mick was...
I do feel like they're going to have a tough time.
One of the worst
actually picking...
drivers I've seen.
Mick was poor. He was poor. I mean, I can't sit here and say anything, really, because I wouldn't do a better job, but he was not great.
Oh, I mean, yeah, he's not great, but I don't understand why people were clamoring so much for him. Like, I've seen a lot of us like, oh, bring Mick back.
It's just his dad, right? F1 fans are a bit like football fans. Like, even when their opinion's completely wrong, they don't care because it's for their team, so they'll just fight it to the death.
But, like, he was getting handed, or getting absolutely smacked by Magnussen, who's getting smacked by Hulkenberg at the minute.
Yeah. Hulkenberg's sharp, man. He's good. Surprising.
Like, if you give Hulkenberg, like, a top drive and give him like actual time to get up to speed, because he, like, during the pandemic stuff, like, he was filling in like on the days, like that's not representative. Like, you're just never going to be up to speed. But
I feel like you need to take a leap of faith at some point as well, though, because you don't know how people are going to react or how they're going to perform until they're in F1.
Yeah.
Because we saw guys like Nick De Vries who looked really sharp, got to F1, was horrible, and now he's jumped back to. I mean, I was watching WEC yesterday. Yeah. He's flying about in the Toyota and he's ripping out quick laps. He's competitive up there, so I guess you just don't know who's gonna sink or swim, right, until they actually get there. But the problem they have is it's a lot of money, though. Yeah. And everything to put on one person to take a chance. So
yeah, De Vries was a complete mystery because he filled in that one race for Albon.
Looked like a hero.
And he looked good. He looked pretty much on it, and at no point, not a single second when he was in the AlphaTauri last year, did he look like he was being for F1.
It was grim.
Like,
pretty bad.
He got destroyed by Tsunoda, who was getting beat by Gasly, who's getting beat now by Ocon.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Or at
the
those
Alpines
guys
are definitely in the bin. That's one thing for sure.
I'm surprised at how bad they've rocked up to the start of the season.
Yeah, I heard rumors or whispers of the Alpine being one of, if not the worst car.
I mean,
for round one, and
they qualified 19th and 20th.
And they qualified at the back, so
like both of those drivers, like they're not weak drivers.
No, they're quick.
They're
very quick.
They're good wheelers. Maybe not like top 5 in the grid sort of a thing, but they're not bottom 5.
Alpine preparing to get sold to Andretti. Yeah, who knows at this stage?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Andretti aren't even on the grid or aren't going to be on the grid, but we've got 2 Red Bull teams and still got like Haas on the grid, sort of just being there. Like, shouldn't really work out.
Crazy how a works team created such a bad car. It just goes to show that it's not money, it's people. People are what make things happen. So
yeah, I mean,
I can tell you now, if people bought staff from Red Bull, aerodynamicists and whatnot, and I'm pretty sure Aston did that, right?
Yeah,
Aston bought a few employees from Red Bull,
or
employed them, whatever you want to put it. A few aerodynamicists and whatnot, and all of a sudden Aston built a half-decent car.
Yeah. Just, out of nowhere. McLaren, in a way, have done really well, because they were in really bad shape for a while there, but they kept
Yeah, they look strong. I mean, Norris lost 3 tenths.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously everyone's losing that. Lap time, whatnot.
But like
the McLaren looks competitive.
Yeah, compared to where it was this time last year.
Yeah.
Like where they were struggling to get out of Q1. Like, yeah, they've made massive strides forward. Difference is pressure. When he drove the Williams, it was one-off thing, nothing to lose in AT. You're being looked at by Helmut and co. True, but
I'm just surprised
you would still see glimpses of like...
At his point in his career, though, I'm surprised that would be a thing. Like, he's done Formula E, won a World Championship with all that pressure. He's been through the junior categories. The likes of him, I would have thought, you know, this
F1's
is
nearly like a bonus. It's like a free
normal.
Yeah, it's a strange one.
I don't know.
I couldn't believe how bad. I was expecting him to wipe the floor with Yuki. I really was.
I guess it's maybe just more complicated than we think. You know, like it's similar to sim racing. You're good in one car, but you're not so good in another. Although
I think that's a large part of it that people don't really take into consideration.
Yeah, I do think it's easy to forget. And you've seen it with Ricardo in the McLaren. And sure, he's maybe not as good as everyone thought he once was, but he's definitely much more competitive in the RB than he was in the McLaren. So,
and if you stick him maybe even in the Red Bull, like maybe it just clicks for him a little bit, and maybe he actually gives Max like a harder time. I'm not saying he's going to beat Max, but like Perez, quite obviously, like when it clicks for Perez, he's still very, very good. So like in a tight street circuit, like so like Monaco or like Baku. He's much more competitive.
Perez is just not a killer, though. That's the thing for me.
He's not ruthless.
Even if he was on Max Verstappen's pace, I still think he loses 21 out of 21 times because he just doesn't have that killer instinct that Max does. So, like, that definitely plays a huge part of it.
Perez isn't making like a last-ditch move for the win kind of a thing. Mark Christos, appreciate the sub. Thank you very much.
Very interesting for a couple of those big teams in the next few years with figuring out who to put in their car, what's best.
Yeah. But, like, confidence, I think, is playing, like, a massive... Like, Albon, even in the Williams right now.
Yeah.
And even for last year, cooking. But in the Red Bull, yes, he was being fed to Max, but, like, he was struggling.
I feel bad for a lot of these junior category drivers, you know, your F3 and your F2s, because I don't think there's going to be any seats. F1's hard to get into, but there's going to be no seats in the next few years, so I feel like we're going to lose a lot of the F3 and F2 talent to the likes of IndyCar and other things like that. If nowhere else to go. F1's going to be locked in for the next probably 5 to 10 years in a lot of those seats.
I mean, Alonso's just not retiring. Hamilton's not retiring.
all the big
Stroll's
teams
taking up a
seat. You've got 1 or 2 junior drivers are probably going to take those seats and be there for a very, very long time. So
so you got like Antonelli will almost certainly come in at some point.
Eventually, and he'll be there for a long time, you would think.
But like, outside of him on the F2 grid, like who's realistically making it?
Yeah, it's tough, right? IndyCar is like such a good path. We're seeing it with a lot more people going across there. Like Lundgaard was the most recent that I can remember, who was solid in F2, trying to get through F1, gone to IndyCar, and he's up there. Yeah, I feel like the IndyCar route is going to be filled with a lot of Europeans in the next 5 to 10 years. Yeah, coming across from the junior categories on the road to F1. Yeah, inclined to agree. And like sports cars like got a resurgence as well. Like there's a lot of manufacturers on board. The hypercars looks like they're popular and doing well. So again, there's an avenue that direction as well. When it comes to watching motorsport, though, I do fall more into your opinion on multi-class stuff, where it's just I find it so hard to be interested in it because the racing almost always is so dead. It's similar to this type of race here, where the gaps just string out so much that you're just watching a test day at that point. Yeah. More often than not. Sure, you get those rare moments in races where there's a bit of a hack, but it just never hits the same as something like IndyCar, where IndyCar's where it's at in terms of your open wheel stuff. Yeah, sure. you don't know who's winning. Even Formula E, I don't fully like the Formula E racing because it's all this lift and coast and rubbish like that. Which, like if you're in the lead, you're at a massive disadvantage and stuff like that. I don't like that either. It's boring watching people cruise. It's just not fun. Yeah, you want to see people on the limit. You go to IndyCar and they are ragging the life out of the thing, and you just don't know who's going to win. So yeah, it's really, really fun to watch. Yeah, IndyCar is probably where it's at for the open wheel stuff. F1, thankfully, the race itself is just about short enough that you can kind of get away with it. Like if the races were like an hour to another 20 laps longer, like it'd be like, I'm over it. Yeah, no thanks. Even some weeks that I've watched, I'm like, I'm just not into this at all. I mean, even if it was 2 or 3 people fighting for the win in F1, like that's bad.
Yeah.
It's bad to think that we would be like, yes, like we're actually getting a fight, and it's like 2 or 3 people. Like, it's so toasted.
Yeah. Yeah, fingers crossed that this season's good, but like Verstappen probably has it won already.
More than likely.
There's 24 races in a season, and before round 1, you're saying, yeah, it's over. Like, that's...
It's disappointing, yeah.
It is disappointing.
Whereas you're going to other categories like Formula E, IndyCar, and you just haven't a clue who's going to win. You know, I've seen people... I've watched IndyCar races, and the guy who started 19th won the race, you know?
Yeah.
That's crazy. That never happens in other stuff, so... Yeah, it's disappointing that it is the way it is.
F1's kind of always been like that, but at least whenever I was growing up watching it, it was still... There's still like the jeopardy of maybe like a quick car breaking down kind of out of nowhere.
You know, the first
you don't really
year,
see that now.
First year of F1 I watched was 2012. How spoiled was I?
Oh my...
How spoiled was I?
Jeez,
There was everybody winning different races.
Yeah.
You had Grosjean shunting into everyone at the start.
2012 was your first year?
Yes, mate. It was the first
F1 will never be better than 2012.
And yeah, so I'm like,
never.
this is
Not
sick.
even
like,
close.
Every year after, I'm like, this is so crap.
2021 was an outlier because it was just Hamilton Verstappen at each other the whole season. And it was nip and tuck.
Yeah, it was great. Mark's saying, don't think we'll be as dominant this year. Hopefully we'll see multiple teams winning by the... I hope so too. I hope so.
I agree. I also hope so.
I wouldn't be too upset seeing Verstappen win all the races again because I like him. Like
he's the best driver in the grid, and it's not... I don't even think it's that close either.
I don't think it's close. I think he's the best there's ever been, genuinely.
Yeah.
I genuinely think so.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like, I feel like that's...
And I know people want to go nostalgia this, nostalgia that.
Like, Verstappen right now beats Schumacher in his prime, beats Senna in his prime, beats Jim Clark in his prime. Like,
I always feel like
of all of them.
I always feel like it's a scuff mentality, but like even in stuff like Olympic sports, like the athletes of today, like it's so much more competitive today than it ever was ever. That's how I look at things. So I know it's like so like wrong to say. Sorry, Mark. I know it's wrong to say, but like I look at achievements in like F1 and stuff from like 20 years ago, and just in my head, I don't even count it.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like a completely wrong way to think. At the time, sure, what they're doing is like awesome, but I just don't think things are ever as competitive as they are present day.
The only thing that you can maybe say is, well, how much better was the top guy versus everyone else? Like, so I went through a phase of watching back the races from like the late 90s, and you could visibly see Schumacher was driving better than everyone else. Like, he was just hustling the car. Like, the car looked horrible up until about 99, and then he broke his leg. But from 96 through 98, the car was a handful. It wasn't a good car, but it was just ragging it so much harder than everyone else.
Yeah,
and just getting a lap time out of it.
Which is the hard thing, is because more than likely he was Verstappen-esque, but he's just never pushed, or you know, the competition's just not there.
Yeah. Okay, don't get me wrong. Like, he was pushed in the late 90s because the car was that bad. It was maybe like 4th, 5th best car, and like he was winning races with it, which you don't really see now. But also, like, the whole thing's so much more evolved now. Like, guys have like so much more testing time and so much more sim time.
I guess to my point as well is that
the fact that he's still head and shoulders above everyone is like...
You could say the same about Verstappen now. If you went back and looked and he's winning races by such a huge margin, you'd be like, well, competition's not there.
But then I guess you see his teammate in 5th.
Yeah, so I guess maybe it's a similar scenario, but yeah, I just think
I agree.
I just think things are much more competitive in sports as a whole.
Yeah.
They obviously everywhere. And in 40, 50 years' time, we'll probably be back at this time and they'll think the same thing.
Primitive. You know? Yeah, Verstappen, I wasn't that good.
Yeah, things weren't that competitive, right?
No. But yeah, I genuinely do agree with you. Like, all time, Verstappen's probably the best now, I'd have to say.
Yeah, I haven't
so
I
much
seen
clearer
anything like
everyone.
it. Yeah.
Like, if anyone thinks for a second that if you put Leclerc alongside Verstappen, if you put Hamilton alongside Verstappen, that they would beat him, like, no.
Yeah,
I just don't see it.
They'd probably have their weekends, and it would be good fights here and there, but I just don't think over a season. I don't think there's a person on the planet that would beat him over a season. I just don't.
No, I agree with you. Don't like saying it, but, you know.
I don't mind saying it. Like,
he drives for Redline. They are the enemy.
I mean, Redline's the enemy, sure, but everything I've seen from him, he seems super down to earth, I guess, which is probably the main thing I like.
Yeah.
It's just nice to see that he's one of the boys, you know. He does sim racing, and yeah, he just seems like one of us, you know?
He does, yeah.
So I think that's why I like him a lot.
All right, I've not looked at the standings at all, so I have no idea really where we're at in any of this. Let's have a look. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I spotted. Yeah, hang on. It's like, the gaps are a bit closer. What's happened? Yeah, the BS competition and the Williams car, the two marks that were sort of generally fighting. Not only have they pitted, but they are scrapping on track for what will probably end up being the lead/win of this race. So yeah, it's all kicking off. Carl Jansen into the car in the number 5, and Lucas Herman in the BS competition car. Carl does a little bit of real life stuff, I think, but like he's predominantly sim guide. Lucas Herman is predominantly a real life guy, I think, as well. Is he? I don't remember. Oh no, he's paired up with Norby Kish. Norby's a real life guy, but he's also very good in the sim. And then Lucas is their under. Oh yeah, he's their like under 7.5K iRacing guy. Got it. There we go. Right, got it figured out. Took me a while. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, those guys were fighting briefly. Williams number 5 car that crossed the finish line first in the last race, but then had the win stripped off them because of post-race penalty. Yeah, they now basically in the net lead. It's Bruno Spengler in the BS competition BMW car, but they have their second pit stop yet to do. How far is Kev off the back of? Yeah, it's about 20 seconds, which was the success penalty. 22 seconds. Pretty much exactly.
It's pretty stagnant overall.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, is actually a really good job, because he's been trucking around there for 3-4 laps on heavier fuel.
I can't tell if
pretty clear traffic as well.
If the door car in P Cup is on an absolute superhero stint, or if there's a bit of strategy that they're going to need to give back some of the time or not. Because the gap's just continuously, slowly grown. The red line cars closing in.
They were
slightly as well.
They were stationary in the pits for half a second less than Michael.
Okay, so yeah.
Which
they are incredibly fast.
Yeah, it's incredible pace, I think, more than anything. I'll see if anybody's saying anything else.
Mark's saying that he's not saying Max isn't one of the best, but when the car makes such a difference, it's so difficult to know for sure. Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be that argument, right?
Don't get me wrong, like, it is the best car.
The only thing for me is just
making it look really easy.
When Verstappen was in a bad car, he was still doing some unbelievable things, like ripping around the outside of the Mercs in the wet and things like that.
Yeah.
Whereas I just don't think anyone else in a bad car ever really did, or has done, that I've seen in a while.
Yeah.
I think Verstappen's like the only
Hamilton
one
had his moments
bagging things out of it.
I think 2009, I think. Like, whenever the McLaren was really bad.
Which is before my time, probably, so I just wouldn't understand it.
That was a car that was struggling to get out of Q1 in Melbourne, and then by Hungary, like, pulled it and won. In a car that was probably got to like 4th best car. Like, Kovalainen that season was absolutely nowhere.
It's probably my biggest annoyance about F1, right, is that with the likes of the junior categories or IndyCar, like, the best fight against the best.
Yeah.
And we at least see this guy's the best or whatever. In F1, it's always, well, it's never like, it's very rare at least. The only thing I can think of is the likes of Alonso, Hamilton, when they were both in the same team at McLaren, whenever that was.
2007.
Yeah. That's like the only time you're like, really get to see who's at the top kind of thing, you know?
Yeah.
It's annoying that the likes of, maybe next year we'll get it with Leclerc or whenever it is, 25, 26, Leclerc, Hamilton. We'll actually get to see how good those guys, you know, if Leclerc wipes the floor with Hamilton, it's going to change everyone's outlook. Like, oof.
Like everyone's outlook on Vettel changed in 2014.
Yeah.
Like, as soon as he went to the turbo hybrids and Ricardo stopped it, like, absolutely mullered him that whole
Vettel's
season.
career declined so hard.
But
so
again,
hard. But at his peak, though,
I don't think it was like a peak thing. I think it was his driving style suited that Red Bull.
He was Verstappen-esque in the V8s. He was unreal.
He was, but I still think there was more chinks in the armor. I feel like he still made more mistakes. No, obviously the back end of like 2013.
He broke my heart. I don't think I'll ever forgive him, mate. Yeah, it's unforgivable, some of the stuff he did, mate. He threw away at least 2 world championships, I'm convinced, in Ferrari. at least 2 championships he threw away just from
Minimum 1. Yeah.
the Hockenheim. Like that was an absolute bottle of all bottles. That was the start of it.
That was 2018, right?
I think so. Yeah, somewhere around there.
2017. I think he should have won the title as well.
It was somewhere around 17.
I
I think that's the 2 I'm thinking of. 17, 18.
Yeah.
Realistically, I think he could have fought for the championship and just threw them away.
Well, not that he could have fought. I think he should have won both of them. I think.
Yeah.
I think it's the best package. That whole season, like if you just count the whole season, I think the Ferrari was slightly better than the Merc that year, and like you could tell looking at Lewis driving, like he was absolutely on it.
He just
I
kept
remember, like, some of the
shunting.
Q laps was just unbelievable from Lewis. Choked second half of the season both years.
Yeah, like it was tough to watch. I wasn't even a huge Ferrari fan. I just think, like most people, you start up wanting to watch if they can keep winning, and then after a while you flip to showing up to see if someone can beat them or stop them from winning.
Yeah.
I sort of got to that boat. It's like Ferrari's the closest thing to do it, and he just never got the job done.
Yeah.
And it just seemed like he declined from there, and then took up a hobby in bees. So, yeah. I don't know, what a character arc.
Yeah.
And then come doing things for the planet after he's flew around in private jets for half his life. Like, piss off, mate, go away with that. I don't want to hear that crap.
Base competition have pitted from the lead, so things are starting to
Finally,
shake out.
we can stop jabbering on about rubbish.
Yeah, and we can figure out what's actually going on with the race. JV's still trundling around, doing the best that he can with the horrible position that he's in. Yeah, gap is 20 seconds, which is
As you'd expect.
exactly what was lost
Yeah.
with the success penalty. How frustrating.
They ruined the race. All 3 of them within half a second right now.
I know.
Damn organisers with their stupid penalties.
I know. Horrible. We need 2nd place, I believe, for our guys.
For P2 in the champ,
For
was
P2
it?
in the championship. So, yeah.
Tough ask. Plenty can still go
20
happen.
seconds in 2 hours.
We need
It's
a bit of
tough
help,
one.
I think. We need a bit of help.
Yeah, I think so. Anyone know Florian Hasper's bank details just to fire over some money? Just have Herman just.
I don't think they've any left, mate. All the BMW stuff's gone in the bin. What's happened?
But like he's for the 2nd place for the Merc. Just a little something. Yeah, it would be really appreciated.
I'm confused with P Cup. I'm really a bit.
Jarshall's just on an
what's
absolute tear.
happened. Yeah.
Yeah. And with the dodgy engine, what? Wow. JV into
JV
pit.
looks absolutely over this race.
Yeah.
He looks so done with this.
Michael looks happy to be there. Kev's fully focused.
Bless his heart, mate.
Yeah.
He's done well.
He has done well. Right, will Jordan jump in the car then? Yeah, it looks like he will. All right. Good to see. JV's done for the day. That's a good effort. And Jordan's in. And yeah, again, like those guys don't really have anything to fight for. JV's already thinking about his new Beam NG stint. Yeah.
I mean, Michael's pace is clearly solid because the red line gap with the car behind stayed fairly stagnant.
Yeah, it's 3 seconds there still.
So yeah, Yarshall's just on an absolute tear at the minute.
Yeah.
Really, really impressive. It's a lot of lap time to pull.
Yeah, that gap was, I want to say, 4 seconds coming out of the stop.
Yep, 4 point something for sure.
4.4, if I'm trying to remember exactly. And yeah, that's 8 and a bit seconds pulled in a stint, which is pretty nuts.
Very impressive.
I think, yeah, we'll start to see more GT3 pits, or pitters. Not GT3, Porsche Cup pitters at the end of this lap. We're on to lap 15. The race will probably go 30, I want to say. I think that's the golden number for the GT3 and Porsche Cup.
It's just red flag it with 60 to go so we can all make the F1 race.
Yeah, that would be quite fun, wouldn't it? I think it's weird. I think it's going to be the first F1 race, or at least first round of the season that I'll not see.
I'll get it in front of me. We'll put it here or something. We'll figure something out.
We'll get it sorted. Get it on the laptop now. Yeah. I've managed to watch pretty much every single one for like 25 years or whatever, something crazy like that.
I feel like it was Luke Akita said a couple of days ago that he has never watched a full F1 Grand Prix in his life. From start to finish, not one.
That, really?
So he says, mate, like, it's
That's
extremely surprising.
That's impressive.
Not one from start to finish.
I've missed watching like 5 since 1997.
Yeah, I very rarely miss them as well.
I gotta find a way to, even if I don't watch them live, I'll always go back and like watch it later, sort of a thing.
Gen Z attention span.
I keep forgetting. Sometimes I'm surrounded by children half the time.
Not sure what's going on, but Kev's dropped that gap a few seconds all of a sudden. Not sure if the leaders are through traffic or if it's just side-by-side fighting, anything like that. But
they're a tenth and a half apart, so they're
Gap's
probably
definitely
fighting.
coming down, though, which is good. A lot of traffic coming up, though, as well for these guys, as you can see.
Yeah.
On the top of your screen in the track map there.
Well, that's probably a good chunk of that time gap. You can see where the black and white number 1 is, and then all the dots surrounding it. So, yeah, marked in there. Bit of traffic, bit of fuel offset. Oh, and I know Danny. I know. I was careful about where that sentence went. So, yeah, Kev's got a little bit of cleanish airflow now. He'll probably actually catch some of this TCR traffic through the remainder of the Nordschleife section, which is...
Not ideal, to say the
No,
least.
definitely not. If we can hang on until the Dotner, that would be quite nice. But I don't think it will. I think we'll catch a little bit sooner than that. We'll stay on board. Michael, again, still sort of bleeding a little bit of time there to Dory Sports Car. And then Cap's 2.5 back to red line.
Fairly stagnant. Hasn't
Yeah.
changed a whole deal in the last few laps.
The share cars are both sort of out of contention with the variety of penalties. One success penalty and the other a drive-through. So, yeah, we'll see how this all shakes out. Yeah, Kev's just about to catch some traffic now. Ah, okay. Yeah, Kev last lap set fast lap of the race and was a lot quicker than everyone else. Some guys though are coming out of the pits, so not super representative for everyone, but yeah.
Not catching these guys at a very ideal moment.
No.
Very sketchy to make decisions here. These two not so bad. A little bit of a straight here after this next corner.
Oh, but that's
spoke too
horrible.
soon. That is very unfortunate. And now he doesn't have enough speed for a move.
Oh,
That is very touch and go. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate.
just a horrible spot to catch traffic.
Multi-class gonna multi-class.
That being said, he's still net gain. So that gap was 20.2, 20.5, and it's 18.4 now, despite that mishap. So, yeah, he's not happy, but he should probably realize he's gained like 2 seconds on this.
Yeah, it's always tough in the car. No matter what's going on, even if you make a net gain, you're always frustrated just getting held up. But
Yeah.
yeah,
And now he gets to, at least overtake that GT4 on the Dotner with no fuss, no drama, and no stress.
gap's starting to come down between Michael and the red line car now. They're within slipstream, so we should see that gap start to close a bit quicker than it has been.
Yeah, I think those guys were in this lap though.
It's not so bad then, but yeah,
I think.
seems like he's struggling with tires or whatever it may be, just general balance in the car.
Yeah.
But the pace definitely seems a bit weaker than they probably want.
He's probably happy just to get out of the car, go grab some food or something, and
Yeah, I mean, 120 minutes stint at Nordschleife in any car. Besides maybe the GR86, I'd say it's quite a physical one. So
even still with something that's as slow as the GR86, the corners even at this section of the track come at you quick enough. Like even in a car that slow, like you still need to pay attention to what you're doing.
yeah, this P-cup is just so stiffly sprung. At least when you hit the curbs with the FFB, it's very high frequency on the FFB.
Yeah,
it's very taxing on the wrists. I'll tell you what, after trying Kev's rig, the FFB he runs is insane. It is so high, his FFB.
really.
Especially for a track like Nordschleife.
GR86 actually has decently strong FFP. I remember trying it like when it came out, and I remember rolling over in the T1 hairpin at the Nordschleife, or out in the GP loop. Just pitch it in and just whoop, over she goes. I think they got that fixed now. But
I haven't tried it. My most recent, I drove the Pontiac Solstice with Alex Dunn around Nordschleife for a couple of laps a few weeks back. That was as close as I got to it.
Yeah.
And that was light work. I could have drove that one-handed whilst eating food. So
yeah. To be fair, whenever you're used to driving what you've driven over the last couple of years, yeah,
everything just seems weak. And yeah, once it's slower.
Yeah. So yeah, gap to red lines 1.7, 1.8. So yeah, Gianni has worked his way back into draft range. Damn it, Michael. Keep him out of draft range. We don't want these guys having a sniff. But he'll, pretty sure he'll jump down out of the car for Luca Kiedit to come in and give it large. Gap up front actually in GT3, so the base competition car has dropped off massively from the back of Williams. Like gap's now up to 2.5. It was like under a second no time ago.
Just a reminder on who's actually fighting for the championship in GT3, like which team is E1 and whatnot. Do we know?
Let me grab it here.
Just reminding myself because I'm not actually sure who's first and who's second coming into this.
So first was Redline, who aren't here because Max is racing probably. That's the story I'm going with.
We'll just run with that. We haven't seen anything different, so we'll just make up what we want, I guess. That's how it works in news, I suppose.
That's how it works in modern journalism now, so,
perfect.
You know, we'll go with that. The number 9 base competition car, which is in second, and will now then probably win the championship.
Next the Porsche Cup comes in, like we figured.
Yes.
So yeah, the BS car's looking good. So
they need to take zero risks.
Does it affect anything with the Redline car not being here for us getting second in the champ? Who are we fighting against?
We're fighting Redline then for second in the champ.
And
we
so
need
we
to get second.
need it's points we need. I see a certain amount of points to.
Sontech have pulled over, and then the Williams 5 car. Like yes, they'll win the race, and I think they'll get 15. But even if we finish third, like we'll still stay clear of them.
Okay, so yeah, tough gap to overcome. As you can see, Luca is ready to hop in the car.
He's got an Adidas polo on, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was a Chelsea shirt or something like that out of nowhere. Hard to tell. But
it definitely
just looks like a bog standard Adidas shirt, though, right?
It's on brand for the German to do that.
I can't imagine them having a Chelsea shirt. I mean, who supports them?
I know, that's ridiculous. Who would support such a club?
Fresh set of boots.
Fresh set of boots. And yeah, it'll be pretty much a full service. That's a cracking stint, actually, from the Scherer car. Or not Scherer, Door car.
Door car, yeah. Unbelievable. PS, stint distance.
Oh!
Trouble.
Huge trouble.
Wheel disconnected, or?
He can't steer.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh, jeez, oh.
That sums up their championship in a nutshell.
Yeah. See if he can get it fixed. Doesn't look good, though. I was about to say that the Redline car had stayed out the actual lap, so... Nothing there with the steering for Luca, sadly. That's really not good.
Well...
Day done.
So unfortunate.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a shame. That's a huge shame. I guess that's just like a wheel disconnect.
Yeah, seems like the wheel base itself rather than the rim.
Because like he was able to get out of the pits and then it wouldn't steer.
Yeah, just no control of the steering. So I assume his motors just had a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough one. It's interesting. Like I always do like a pre-stint check. Always. I always go into the options of iRacing and just steer and click and just make sure everything's working. Through paranoia of that. Just a quick push of the pedals, make sure everything looks the way it does.
I'll be honest, I've never done that.
No, I always
once.
did. Oh dear, as Kev pops out.
It's all kicking off now.
Yeah, squirrel on track there.
Yeah. Checked it while on the jacks and it worked.
Oh jeez, man. Yeah,
so it has just failed in that moment then. Not much you can do about it.
Yeah, nothing you can do. Aye.
Yeah, it seems to have disconnected as he pulled up. Yeah, that's horrible luck. So and that probably knocks them out of third as well in points.
What a horrible championship they've had.
Yeah. Staying ahead of Redline was like crucial because they're 2 points behind in fourth. And with both Share cars sort of not having a great day, it was maybe an opportunity to get more out of it, but no, seems not to be the case. So, yeah, tough one for Michael and Luca on that one. Especially whenever Michael's done the entire season.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. Obviously, nothing Luca can do. You know, it's through no fault of his own, but it's always so heartbreaking to drive a car at the start of the race and then be out of it after such a hard grind for the double stint that Michael had.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate.
So yeah, Michael just said Lucas will reset in pit lane, so yeah, it's almost like it's recalibrated or something.
Yeah, I don't know what you can do. It's just, yeah, it's as close to a mechanical failure in real life as you can get.
Yeah, and I guess whenever he put the foot down and then like he snapped left into the wall, he's probably like broke the front left or something in the process.
I mean, silver lining, at least they're not fighting for the championship and something like that happens. So
yeah,
although it's a disaster, it could definitely have been much worse with much more at stake.
Yeah.
Yeah, one to forget for those guys.
Well, hopefully it's not like a...
Yeah, hopefully he's back on for PES later.
For PES this evening. Yeah, hopefully
exactly.
there's no issues then with that.
Hardware issues are obviously never a nice thing to have in the back of your mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a shame. What a shame.
So, yeah, 3 become 2. And then also the second of the GT3 cars is kind of in a weird, just bring the car home kind of a...
Yeah, similar to last race, really, with the Alex Dunn car.
Yeah.
With their penalty as well.
Yeah. If they get anything extra out of this than P12, then it'll probably be just down to other people falling off the road. You're not going to gain 50 seconds in just under 2 hours. It's just so unlikely.
Nice to see the ARA guys in ART colours, getting involved.
So Kev is pitted. He'll get full tank of fuel on. Got that gap under 20 seconds, but then also had the little skirt off the road or out of the carousel, and then a little bit of frustration with the traffic from what we've seen. But other than that, pretty solid stint. He's got the fast lap in the race as well. So he's definitely cooking along, but it's a long way back to the base competition car that's running in second place overall, which is the car that we kind of want to try and target, try and get somewhere near. But yeah, tall order, but we'll see how it goes. All right, just make sure he gets out and away nice and clean. Yep, looked all good. Away he goes again. So that puts him down into 6th place, just behind the MJ Downforce car, which is now running in the top 5. Hopefully, just as he gets up to speed, he doesn't lose much in the way of time to that car, and then once he gets, the right temp in the tire and stuff like that, he can then just make a quick move, get a move on, and start hunting down the cars ahead. He's still going to be like slightly off cycle, so I do think it's quite unlikely that we'll get there towards second, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, not likely we'll see too much change from here, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But it's multi-class, you never know.
Yeah, anything can and usually does happen. I mean, nothing happened in the last race really until the literal last lap.
And then it all just kicked off, right?
It all went parabolic from there. So, fingers crossed that it gets very exciting from here on. But sadly, we don't have any excitement then in Porsche Cup. So it's a huge shame.
Oy, oy, oy.
Yeah, we'll take some of that. Yeah. Just a cheeky little hip check out of the way on the...
AMG was a little bit off the apex, and the TCR, I believe it was, didn't really give a whole lot of extra racing room other than the line and tight.
It's so hard to give extra room there on the inside. Like, that's not really a too wide corner. It is on entry, but then it just tightens up so much in the middle and exit.
Kev will be looking to get this move done ASAP. You can see the car ahead's definitely braking quite a bit earlier than you'd expect.
Yeah. Kev will want to just get this done ASAP. Probably actually down into Ironburg here if he can manage it.
Yep.
So
set up a good run at a good Platz here.
Yep. Had to bleed out of the throttle there. You just hear it. I'm not sure if it's completely pinned in clean air, but yeah, he definitely had to filter out.
It's quite a lot of space to make up from here.
Yeah. Maybe a slightly heavier car as well with the full tank of fuel on board.
See how brave he is through here.
MJ car actually pretty deep on the brakes, not given any sort of opportunity there for Kev. Thing is, though, you want to get it done now, not lose much time, but it's so risky trying it here.
Yeah.
We'll see if he takes a look to the inside. No, I think's better of it. And then you're sort of in a weird spot where, like, as we chatted about earlier.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Just can't quite make the cutback work. Still might get a little bit of run here, but it's so hard to actually make the move. We'll see if he actually repeats the move from his first stint. Try and force the MJ car offline.
I mean, it's worked a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Might try again.
Much better exit this time.
He's had a look.
Scared him off the apex a little bit.
I do wonder, though, like, the point I was going to try and make is, yes, I mean, he's trying to make the move happen, but if it's so unlikely, is putting the guy ahead under so much pressure actually, you know, maybe hurting him? Because, like, it's sort of costing him a little bit of time as well. If you sort of know, like, I'll probably get him half a lap later, do you just, do you try and get the move done early, but, you know, risk losing way more time with it? Or do you just let the guy chill out a bit and then just get him on the straight?
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think it's just, it either happens or it doesn't, right?
Yeah.
If it works out, you're like, yep, right decision.
Yeah.
If it doesn't work out, you're like, nah, shouldn't have done that maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, he should have a good opportunity down the next straight here. I doubt the car ahead up too much of a fight.
Yeah. Like, Kev's obviously, like, made his intentions clear. It's like, I'm quicker, I will find a way through. Cooperate, if you will. Yeah, nice run out of bird worker there. And on we go. And he was just about far enough back that he can actually build a bit of momentum to get side by side. It's a little bit of a struggle, but he's, yeah,
I think car beside him.
Yeah, he's left it out of it.
Yeah. Nicely done.
Yeah. Lost a little bit in doing that, but yeah.
A couple seconds, but
you've got the spot. And
yeah.
You can motor on from here. 11 seconds up to the next car, who will probably pit before you get there. So all you have to worry about then is
clean air for a bit.
Yeah, it's just whatever traffic is on board. Is all we have to really worry about then at this point.
Speaking of traffic.
Speaking of, yes. Just caught the Hyundai TCR there at the right point. Just right on corner exit there where you don't really lose anything on the way out. And so you can...
I think this is one of the toughest corners on the track. That uphill chicane. It requires so much commitment, and if you brush a curb, you're dead.
I've never minded it, but I'm also not super quick through there, so maybe it's my lack of commitment that hinders me, but I feel like I kind of float through there so that I've got a stable car then for the next ride, but it just sort of depends on the car that you're driving a little bit.
It's definitely one that sticks out to me is full commitment. That is one of the toughest corners on the track.
I find this section here just generally quite...
I love this section. It's got really good flow.
I really enjoy it, but this is where I bleed like 70% of my lap time of the course of lap is like this sector. It's crazy. Like I'll bleed half a second here, easy, and I'll feel like, yeah, I'm totally on it, but it just, like, all the elevation changes and the camber as well, like, it's so hard to actually overcommit.
Yeah.
Because you just fire it in and it sticks because the grip off of the track surface is so much higher than everything else in the sim. And you've got, like, uphill braking zones as well, so, like, you're just chucking the car in and it usually sticks. Whereas when it doesn't stick is where you look really, really stupid. Like, if it goes wrong through there, like, it's really,
bad.
It's really bad. You see the gap as well that Kev's pulled out here, so he definitely lost quite a bit in the first half of the lap there, but onwards and upwards. We'll keep an eye on lap times as well. So obviously this is an out lap for Kev, it's not totally representative, but next lap and the one after, I guess, before we get further pit stops from the leading pair, who we're sort of particularly interested in. We'll see if Kev reaches for the BAM down the straight here. No, he's not went for it. Surprised. This man said that he has 3 BAMs ready to go for the for his stint here.
Few mouthfuls during the pit stop he had there, so he did a quick rip of the vape. And off for another stint.
Away he goes again. Kev always looks like slightly bemused or slightly agitated behind the wheel. It always looks like he's just sort of like furrowed the brow, but it's like something's annoying him sort of at all times when he's driving, but he's like his inputs and everything are ridiculously smooth.
Williams' car just got released in, just behind Kev. See, they were stuck behind the same car that Kev was.
Yeah, that's
so
the...
At least a bit of a fight on track then.
Yeah, that's with Vasilios, who's obviously pretty quick wheeler and was in the number 5 car last week.
It should keep Kev honest, at least give him a reason to stay on it.
Yeah, 100%. Last lap for the Williams car, 54.4 is their best lap of the race, only 3/10 off Kev's best lap. So, yeah, those guys are chucking along quite well and built the gap up to about 5 seconds on Lucas Herman in the BS Plus competition car. So, barring any mishaps, it looks like those guys have the pace to win this race. So they'll probably go ahead and do that. BS Plus competition car doesn't need to take any risks. Second place will give them the championship, barring any weird post-race
issues,
technical issues where they've maybe not brought it back to pit. Imagine losing the championship because you didn't bring the car back to pit lane or something like that.
Yeah, that would be a tough one to take.
Yeah, I'd throw hands over something like that for sure. Alrighty. So, do we know what the gap was to the lead whenever Kev came out of the pits? Like the actual, like the gap on track. So it's 121 now. Was it like?
Not too sure. I don't think it was too much different than what it is at the minute.
Okay. Just trying to gauge how much time has been gained or lost. Because obviously you've got the full tank of fuel now.
I know it was 122. So it definitely went to 121.
Yeah. I just don't know whether it was like 118 or 119, like just as he came out of the pits. So,
we got a little bit of insight into the graphic there.
The only thing though that's a little bit tricky with that graphic is like was the fuel that was taken on board exactly the same and stuff like that. So it's semi-helpful.
So far through this lap, the gap stayed fairly stagnant.
Yeah, I'm sort of like eyeballing the
which is impressive, right? Because the Williams, or at least the few cars ahead, should be on much lighter tank right now, right?
Correct, yes. Kev will be all systems go from here. And he's still got the gap sort of like 1.5 back to Vasilios in the 47 Williams car. So, and those guys I do believe will have an extra stop. They'll only have like the splash at the end to do, or whatever way they want to split it up or whatever. This is where like the race sort of gets a little bit trickier to understand where everyone is, because of how much fuel you can take on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 30 laps in total for the race. It's quite easy to plot it out at a track like this because of how long the lap is. Like, you know pretty well whether it's going to go 1 lap longer or shorter, depending on, you know, stuff like that. So, yes, it means that you've got 2 laps left over. A tank does 7 laps. 7 4 is 28, plus your 2 left over is your 30. So you can kind of, you know, maybe run it like a 5 and 4 somewhere, or a 6 and 3, or what our guys have done, a 7 and a 2. for like the extra stints. So, yeah, tricky one to work out exactly where we're at. I'm pretty sure we're still pretty much net P3, and that's most likely where we'll end up unless the base competition car in second runs into any major issues, or likewise, even if the Williams number 5 has a major issue with traffic, it'll be tricky to see anything other than third place. Afternoon, Vince, how's it going? We're keeping well. I assume that comment was made for me. And EOS20, thanks for the follow. Greatly appreciate it. So we're slowly ticking towards what will be the final pit stop for most of these guys. Still a reasonable way to go. So again, we're sort of in this weird holding pattern. Kev's actually made like really good ground on the Mercedes ahead of the Nürburgring Esports 10 car. And their best lap of the race is a high 56 versus Kev on a low 54. So opportunity to catch and pass that car for sure. What's the championship looking like at the moment? Well, so there's no
From our
red
perspective,
line.
not good.
Not great. We've still got a bit to shake out here. We're probably net third, which I believe gets us 8 points. Which, if I pull up the right thing, will keep us in third. Team Redline, who are leading the championship, aren't here today, which is astonishing, really, but maybe they just couldn't get 2 guys to actually do the race. Who knows? BS competition, the Mercedes, the number 9 car that's currently second, are only 1 point behind. They'll only need 2 points. I don't know what place you need to be in to score 2 points. I think it's like 7th or something like that. Could be wrong with that. Let me try and work it out. Yeah. Yeah, 1 point for 7th. Or sorry, 2 points, sorry, for 7th. So, yeah, they're in really good shape. They will, barring any major issues, they'll win the championship.
As the leading GT3 finally into pit lane.
Both of them in, actually.
Both of them.
Okay, so the stencils sort of merge a little bit now. So Kev's only done an extra 2 laps.
Yeah.
So it depends, actually, like, do Williams and BS like take a couple of laps off the stop now, or do they actually, no, they're already in. They've already taken 2
some laps off.
Yeah,
Exciting.
taking a little bit off. Yeah, drama, action. They put Norby Kish back in the car. Okay, so and I would say he is definitely the quicker of the 2 BS competition guys. So they put Herman in for a stint, and yeah. So the real life driver has to do a minimum of 8 laps in the series, just for a little bit of added context. But Norby's their real life driver, and he's also like rapid in the sim and rapid at this track. So they got Lucas into like who's under 7.5k I rating. So one driver must be under that threshold for this class, otherwise you get another ridiculous time penalty or ridiculous stop hold penalty or something along those lines.
Yeah.
So yeah, for our guys, like our real life driver is Elias in this series, but he's probably not quite as quick as Kev or Alejandro, which is to be expected. But the BS competition guys have a little bit more free reign over what they do in terms of strategy, because we need to put Elias in for minimum 8 laps, and then have either Kev or Alejandro this season, who are slightly quicker, not in the car quite as much as what they're able to do with Norby and Lucas there, because Lucas is not their real life driver. Norby ends up being probably slightly quicker. That's the only reason why you would fire him back in, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah. It's just interesting how it works. Those guys have come back out. Norby's a little closer now. That gap's 2.3 to the Williams car, so they're probably taking on a little bit less fuel. That's a cracking name.
Yeah, it's a good luck with that one.
I'm not even going to try. I was going to give it a go, but I'm not going to give it a shot.
We'll say blonde. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, appreciate it. No, I still can't. I've tried.
I'm still trying. I'm still trying myself.
I'm still trying to piece it all together. No, it's not gonna happen. It's just gonna be a mess whenever I try and say anything. Blonde works. Cool. Yeah, sweet. We'll roll with that. Hope you're doing well. See, very easy. Yeah. It's easy for you, JV, when you've got a keyboard and you can type, or you just copy and paste the name. We don't have that luxury.
It's French for Alan.
Or Steve. Or Dave. Oh, dearie me. I was gonna see what the gaps were, or the difference in lap times. Obviously, the two Mercs that were 1 and 2 pitted, so we've kind of we've lost whether we're quick or not. They've come out.
Williams are still close behind, around that 1.5 second gap. Yeah, continuing to close on the Mercedes ahead for Kev. Gap's coming down.
The gap to, we'll say Norby, is 24 seconds. We've kind of lost a little bit, which is kind of to be expected because they're able to take less fuel on. So they're just going to gain time in the stop. I suspect with how they've fueled that they might do a full tank to finish. At least the Norby car, the base competition car, because they were stopped for 3 seconds less than Williams. So I think they'll pit 1 lap earlier and then have to fuel a little extra. So I think that battle for the lead is probably not on, but we'll see. Saving 6 seconds every stop. What those guys are, I guess. I feel like that makes sense because we took the splash early when they're splashing, or at least cutting out the fuel later. Yeah, I feel like that makes sense because when we lost the 20 seconds early doors with the success penalty, we were only 8 some odd seconds off the lead before Alice then jumped back into the pits. Cool. Yeah, tall order to claw the remaining time back from here. So as long as we get ahead of the Nürburgring Esports car, which to be fair, it needs to come back in to pit twice, whereas we only have 1 more stop to make, so we don't even need to do this on track.
So basically, pray BS plus crashes. I mean,
pretty
not
much.
necessarily pray that they crash, but yeah, that is essentially the only thing really. Them having an issue is the only thing that's gonna affect our results.
Yeah,
the way it's going at the minute.
I mean, we can still win the championship if both the Williams 5. Well, if the Williams 5
penalties are easy to pick
us.
up, like we saw last race. There's procedures after the race. There might be a bit of a fight towards the line. Anything can happen. So
yeah. So it's not totally over, but yeah, it's not looking brilliant. Third is pretty much the max that we're looking at here, which, is what it is. See if there's any other chat. Big Gnome. Thoughts?
Big Gnome. Yeah, it's deserved, mate. Good race this morning, Alex. Yeah, it was fun to watch. 17th to 9th was a pretty solid showing, so it was.
He's probably still not happy about it.
I mean, part of him's definitely got to be happy. But yeah, it was a good race to watch.
Yeah, it worked forward really well. Yeah, Lucas said that's his first issue. with SimuCube, but Alex had the exact same issue yesterday, so maybe it's like a firmware thing or something. Both of those guys are on
VRS products, guys.
Yeah. Eternal shill. That's not happy but not sad. Yeah, I mean, to work.
That's fair.
To work from where you were up to P9, yeah.
Your thing is if you qualified at the front, you had the pace to stay there. I guess that's the good thing, or the good way at least to look at it. Like, your qualifyings are only going to get better the more seat time you have. So, yeah, it's positive. How's it going, Stan?
Stan's living the dream out there as well.
Yeah. No.
Oh, dear me. JV, thoughts on doing the double stint there with absolutely nothing to fight for, my friend? No. No thoughts. No thoughts, only pure vibes.
Stan misses me. Yes, mate. When are you back next? Back to the sim centre with the lads.
Probably pop down for Sebring, right?
Maybe, yeah. Not sure if he's doing Sebring. I assume he's doing Sebring.
That boy better do Sebring. What does he have me to answer to?
Doesn't know when he's back. Yeah, Sebring. I'll maybe see you then. It's not too far away. A couple of weeks.
It is.
As the Williams car has caught up to the back of Kev.
Yeah.
Back to school next week. Oof. Oof. That is a big oof.
Unlucky, mate. But yeah, well observed actually. Yeah, the Williams car has been able to latch on to Kev here.
Car's ahead of Kev then. Boxing.
Yep. So a little bit of free air ahead, but a little bit of pressure from behind. I was looking for the MSI car. I
mean, it's a bit so-so. They need P2 in the race because the red line car hasn't showed up. I don't know how much you've seen, but the red line car hasn't rocked up to the race, so they need P2 to secure enough points to get P2 in the championship. Looking at the gaps here, it's not going to get too much better than that. So
yeah,
this is it's going to be a fight to the end for the podium, last spot in the podium here with the Williams car.
Yeah. Let me just see when they pit. So they pitted 2 laps before us, and pit lane time was more or less the same. So even if Vasilios gets ahead of us, they need to pit earlier.
Okay.
And then take on more fuel. We get yeah, Vasilios got nice and tight there. Yeah, under braking into T1, but yeah, Kev will manage it. It'll all be good. Not selfish, Max Verstappen acting like he has better things to do today.
I mean, he could be doing the race now.
Yeah, he could.
Could have done the first stint.
Yeah, he could have done the first stint and then just jumped into...
Despicable.
Yeah, it's loads of time. Loads. He didn't show today. Outrageous. He didn't really have better things to do, you know, for the first hour of this race, I guess. Could have jumped in some random rig.
Yep, got the job done.
I'm sure he could have brought one on his private jet on his way over here.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some Saudi prince or something out there could have sorted something out for him, right?
Yeah. Well, Bahraini prince.
Yeah. Same.
Same. Cool. Right. Vasilios last time by actually set fast lap the race. 53.9 versus Kevin at 54.9. So I guess those guys are pretty close to coming into pit. Hold on. I don't think these guys are actually in the mix for the race, right? I think they still have an extra stop to make. Trying to work it out. So they pitted at the end of 14. I think it was end of 14. Can only go 7 laps on a tank, which gets them to 21 and it's a 30 lap race. No, they still need to splash. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Cool. So, the thing is, though, you don't want to let them get ahead in case they start just playing. Well, no. It doesn't matter if they pull a gap. It's just because they start doing something silly.
I mean, realistically, it isn't going to change too much for us, right?
Not really, no. That also partially, I would say, explains his pace. He's probably got 2 laps less fuel, given that the pit stop times were
which is quite a lot. It's what,
pretty
like
similar.
near 30 litres in the car almost.
Yeah, it's a good chunk. It's a good chunk, like 20,
Quite
26, 28 litres, something along those lines. So yeah, and Vasilios is a very good driver. There's no getting around it. He's very quick behind the wheel. So yeah, he's caught up to Kev there. I think it's in Kev's best interest though, just to keep him behind, because again, you know, you don't want to risk anything silly with a car head or anything like that if you can help it.
Yeah, I imagine he'll not have much choice on the Dottinger, more than likely, but
Yeah.
it is what it is.
The only reason why I say that as well, so the 47 car, yeah, that one, they don't really have anything to fight for, especially how this race has went for them. But the Williams 5 car, like if they win the race and something happens to our car, then they get 3rd in points.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I
Try and cause us a bit of beef.
yeah.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. If the shoe was on the other foot, you would think, you know, like if we could help our teammate out in any sort of way, then we would definitely do it. So like we're not going to rule it out. We'll see how it goes. Is that car outside of causing issues? Like it doesn't have anything to fight for in this particular race. So we'll see. I'm not saying that they will, but that's, you know, it's definitely not out of the question. Put it this way, if I was in Vasilios' position where I have no hope of top 3 in this race realistically, and therefore no hope of like podium or a top 3 finish in the championship, but if I could help my teammate out, then I probably would. So that's my line of thinking. It's like, if we can keep Vasilios behind, again, doesn't seem like we have much of a choice when it comes to the Dotner because of how close he can sit. But yeah, if I was in Vasilios' position, I'd be making it hard for Kev.
Yeah, I'm sure Kev's got enough experience to not sort of get knocked off focus-wise, so...
Yeah,
outside
like,
of them,
if Vasilios is going to make the move, then fine. Like, whatever, just let him have it.
Outside of them putting us in the fence, which I don't think they'll do.
No.
I think we should be okay.
Paul Levette, thanks for following, appreciate it. And SDenko6, thank you as well, appreciate it. Helping teammates. Yeah, I've done my... Like, teams helped me out plenty of times over the years, and I've returned the favour where possible. Don't mind playing the team game. But also in this position now, with what racing I'm doing, there's only so much teamwork stuff that I can do now, so most of the stuff I do now is for me. Kev really got used to ultra wide.
I need no choice really, right? The thing's strapped to his rig, so
yeah,
it is what it is.
Might want to look left, look right button, but apart from that, yeah. Rennsport things. Who did initially coin that? I feel like that's like a Arjuna thing, maybe.
Not only do I not know who called you, I also do not know why.
No, I don't know why either.
What happened?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I haven't got a clue. Oh, have you got the F1 up there in the front?
Look, it's there. We just need to find a way to prop it up.
Prop it there?
Come on, sit.
I'll not be able to...
There's no grip, no traction.
No, there's no grip. I'll not be able to mute my mic then, but that's alright.
It's a disaster. Figure something out. It's not looking good.
No. Oh, he's figured it out. He's nailed it.
Better than nothing.
I think you guys can just about see it on the camera there, but yeah, he's just about figured it out. Is LR1 even returning or not?
I mean, Rennsport should be returning.
Should.
Whether that's the actual name and stuff, I guess that's going to be...
Yeah.
We'll figure it out, I suppose, right?
Time will tell. We're still waiting on news. I think that's all I can say. And I don't know much more on top of that. And yeah.
Say nothing.
I'm not one young Australian fella, so
yeah.
I know what one of those are.
That was quite funny, that.
That was really good. What is an NDA? Who knows? Who knows? I assume it was down the dot early that Vasilios made the move, but yeah, there he goes, and yeah, I assume we're just talking behind and just.
Yeah, I can't imagine Kev put up any fight. Just,
no.
Yeah, like you say, tucking behind and just try and stay close.
Yeah, as long as they don't do anything like silly, then yeah, it's not a problem for them to get ahead of us because they have an extra stop to do. It almost works in our favour actually when you just sit behind and save a little bit more fuel, but yeah. Here is the move that we didn't really see. We're busy yammering on about other things.
Success penalty really ruins the racing. I mean, I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
If you take the success penalties away, it's like a 4-car fight for the win right now.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It would have been closer as well with Porsche Cup as well.
Yeah.
Don't know what to say of that race is not at this point.
But yeah, said it numerous times already. It's completely killed the race. Not only are success penalties too harsh, but I just don't think they have a place in racing. At least sim racing, at least, anyways.
Yeah. In a like regional real life series,
where you've got AMs and pros and whatnot.
Yeah,
that's what they're for.
What success penalties? You get penalised in the next race for finishing top 3 in the race before. So what we have in this series is if you win in your class, you get a 30-second success penalty. So you have to serve that at the top of pit lane in your first stop. It's kind of like a stop and go, but you are then allowed to like go down pit lane and service your car. It's not like how it used to be, like in the old days of F1, where like if you had a small misdemeanor, like you pushed someone off the track or you spun someone out of the race, you get a 10-second stop and go, and you weren't allowed to service the car.
That's crazy.
So like you effectively lose 30 seconds for very little. Success penalty also means nothing with a one-sided BOP. That is true. That's one thing we didn't actually talk about in this race because I don't know what the BOP is. I don't know if anything changed.
I mean, it is funny if you look at it now, though. It's Merc P1 P5.
Yes. But then again, it
was
Lambo P1 and
yes,
there's no red line car.
We do know the Lambo and the Ferrari are definitely stronger, or have been.
Yeah.
Stronger than the AMGs.
So, yeah, it's a weird one where there's both BOP and there's also success penalties, so yeah.
I mean, the BOP is what makes it fair. I really don't understand success penalties at all.
Yeah.
Let's say you win a race by a nose length and you get punished 30 seconds.
Yeah.
The next race.
And the guy gets minus 10. Well, how are you supposed to overcome that then?
Yeah. Not ideal.
No. And then wasn't the last round, but the round before, the Ferrari was so outrageously strong that Redline had a 30-second penalty and still won the race. Like Verstappen cleared 15 seconds on the field in the first stint, pretty much. It was ridiculous.
A bit of a hairy moment there with the traffic.
Yeah.
Gee, it shows the difference in the size of these GT3s compared to GR86 there, actually. That's what we were passing.
Yeah, those things are pretty small.
Yeah, the GT3 looks chunky.
To fair, the Merc is a big boy.
Yeah.
There's not much that's small about a Mercedes. Any of them, to be honest. Even the little, like, A45 or whatever, like, it's... Even for a hatchback, it's still...
A big boy.
Still reasonably sized. It's not like a Mini Cooper or anything like that. Alright, so Kev is still tucked up behind the number 47 Williams, driven by Vasilios Beletsiotsis. Glad I pronounced that somewhat correctly. Don't know why I gave it a go, but
I was about to say, fair play for attempting it.
Yeah, I gave it a good swing. who last lap, again, set a fastest lap of the race on a 53.1. Kev was facilitating the overtake, set his fastest lap of the race of a 53.8. So these boys are absolutely cooking. Last time by a full, Vasilios was a full 2.5 seconds quicker than Carl Janssen in the lead of the race. But
a bit lighter on the tank potentially at this stage, right?
Yes, those guys had. Yeah, it was their first flying lap back out.
Did you guys watch the F3 race today? I watched F3 and F2. They were both pretty good races.
I watched neither. I was far too lazy to get out of bed and didn't have it on the phone. It was far too lazy. And you had this coming up. I was like, oh, I'll not do anything. I'll not even drag myself out of bed to watch something. Apparently, yeah, pretty good stuff. I'll maybe try and get watching bits and pieces after this is wrapped up. And I'll have one eye as well. Pete's got the F1 on the phone there, so we'll see how we go. All right, so we've got a little bit more traffic to contend with. Sorry, I'm tying a shoelace. Feels weird on my foot that it's just gone loose. So
I also watched a little bit of WEC, and I saw the gaps and just turned it off after 5 minutes because it was just a test day. Essentially, it was. Yeah. I didn't really understand the point anymore. Watched a few laps of that, and then F3 and F2 is so much better than F1 at the minute.
Always has been.
I mean, it has been for years, I would say, yeah. Especially this year, I think F3 and F2 are much more competitive grids than at least I can remember since the Russell Norris Albon year in 2018, I want to say.
18 or 19? It was 18, I think.
It must have been 18, yeah. Somewhere around there, anyways. Yeah, I think the junior categories are really, really fun to watch because I think at least half the grid in both of them are backed by F1 teams. So
yeah,
yep, a lot of top talent in there.
All right, so Kev just slightly lost out there just through traffic on Vasilios, who is, to be fair, absolutely cooking. The speed is
like rip of the vape.
Yeah. Yeah, all eyes on you, Kev.
Double Dragon. Oh, I didn't get to see it.
Oh, he got rid of it. He's an absolute professional. Why did what get flagged? Sure. Something not come through on the chat. Someone else must be in either this time or next time. Yes, called it. He's in. In. Kev over the line 55.0. Yeah, he's lost a little bit of time on this lap, I guess, with traffic. But again, 2.6 seconds quicker than the leading pair. 2.6 and 3.1, if we want to be like really exact about it. So yes, he's a little bit lighter on fuel, but because he said 3. That's not going well. So Balenciagas is in, but it's 1 hour and 9 minutes left. Cannot make it to the end with a full tank from here, unless he drives around as quick as, I don't know, Ranganathan maybe?
Quick things?
Quick things. Anything
quick things.
Unquick things. Lance Stroll maybe? I don't know.
Stroll's a decent wheeler on his day. Ranganathan's so much better, yeah.
Yeah. Stroll pops up once a season with something. It's like that justifies why he's in F1 and then retreats back to mediocrity.
I think the F2 title will be between Bortoleto, Maloney, and Antonelli. I don't think Antonelli's going to challenge for the title this year. Yeah, Bortoleto is a rookie, so we'll see. Maloney's in with a good show, I think, especially this round. Like, he's done the double. He's very, very strong.
But it's like his 3rd year in F2, is it? Or
Maloney's
2nd year in F2?
I'm not sure if it's 2nd or 3rd, but yeah, he's definitely not a rookie. The premies were shocking this round. Really, really bad.
They're shocking in F3 as well, weren't they?
I mean, they were strong, but they had issues. A lot of cars had technical issues in today's races for some reason, but yeah.
Yeah.
Long season to go. Plenty of races. Behrman will definitely be up there, I think, for sure.
Think Berman's better than Antonelli right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Kev here is leaving nothing out there. He's in every last inch of the track. Jordan back in, so yeah, those guys still have a splash to do. Like, it's just a horrible situation for them to be in, but still trundling round. Is that a Red Bull? Is that we Red one? I mean, that man's had to get up probably quite early this morning.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And away he goes. WEC on one screen, F1 on the other, and then this on the phone. No, you got to swap that around, Vince. WEC on the phone. This on the screen, F1 on the screen. That's how I do it. That's how I do it. Or to be honest, if it was purely down to me, I'm just not watching WEC. Endurance racing doesn't interest me at all.
And if there's nothing else on, I'd maybe put it on a screen, but if I had to start making decisions, it's definitely at the bottom.
Yeah. I'll watch lawnmower racing before I watch WEC. Website on the phone. It's probably not mobile friendly, but screw it. Give it a go. All right, let's see where Kev can go. Yes! Oh, you love it when the a slower class car kind of just jumps clean out of the way, because it's so difficult on like a corner exit like that where you're moving from one side of the track to the other.
It's very easy.
And you know a car's coming up behind. It's like, are they going to like jink out early, or do you make the move?
Very easy for miscommunication to happen.
It's so difficult to get that right. And when it does go wrong, both drivers blame each other. We're staying on small screen? Fine. Fine. It's better than no screen, so we'll take it. We appreciate you being here. Cool, yeah, just coming up to 1 hour left. I think we've soldiered on well through this.
Yeah, it was a little bit rough for a little period in the middle there, but...
Yeah. I mean, the fact that we lost the Porsche Cup car as well when we did.
Yeah, that was a bit of a blow, yeah.
So, yeah, it's a shame. Yeah, Luca with a wheel disconnect for anyone that's joined in pretty fresh or pretty recently. As soon as he got the car off the jacks and got moving, the wheel just basically took a hard left on him and
into the fence he went.
And then it looked like it was recalibrating. So, yeah, just a really rough day for those guys and a rough championship all around. Speed's been there, just no luck. They did well to salvage 4th in the last round, but yeah, it's just sort of been an uphill battle and a bit of a struggle. We'll get the medium-sized screen for Pesk. All right, cool. Yeah, we'll take that. That should be really good fun. I'm really looking forward to that. Pete's got the phone out. We've got we've got F1 as well, just on our little tiny screen.
Hey, back.
Oi, oi.
What have I done?
Issues.
Getting sorts of pop-ups.
Yeah, I see them. So yeah, Kev's still making pretty good inroads, but again, he's going to lose a little bit of time on the final stop. There's no real threat behind it. It just says what it is. Ultra low budget pirated stream? No, we can't say anything like that now, can we? All above board here.
No TV.
No TV. You've got plenty of options. You've got Sky Go app as well.
Yeah, there's loads. There's lots out there.
Yeah.
Plenty of places to watch F1.
Yeah. If you're not in the UK, you know, the F1 TV app, I guess, as well, is another option.
Is that still a problem here in the UK with Sky having rights and whatnot?
Yeah, because Sky have all the rights within the UK and pay so much money for it, you can't get F1 TV in the UK.
That's bad.
It's tough out there. Let's see. Fernando's hair is so tall. He might go quicker if he gets a haircut, I don't know.
I think we're frozen.
Are we? We are. We are frozen. The studio camera has decided that we are stationary at this point. To be fair, I'm not moving much. Pete's not moving much. It'd be really funny if like we just like quietly moved offset, kept the headphones on, and then just comes back and there's no one there, but we're still talking. All for extra aerodynamics. I was always wondering.
Biggest comeback of all time is his hairline, surely. Hamilton's.
Hamilton? Oh yeah, yeah. Not sure whose recovery is better, him or, jeez, who's had a better comeback? Antonio Conte had a really good one.
I don't even know who it is.
Football Manager, former player as well.
Oh. How fantastic is that? I'll get shut up on my phone then.
Class.
Perfect.
Lee has come in so clutch.
How fantastic. We got it on the big screen.
We've got F1 now on the screen that we normally read chat on. So sorry, chat, you've been demoted from the big TV.
For the time being.
From the big TV.
You get chat up on the laptop or something, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'll get it on the laptop. Amazing.
Fantastic.
Oh, what a day.
Thank you very much.
Come on.
Kev's still putting in some quick times. The gap's definitely slowly coming down. Not that it counts for much at this stage, but
yeah,
pace is definitely very strong.
The big old screen. Yeah. Yeah, we've got it here. Oh, it's so good. This is the happiest I've been at 3 p.m. on a Saturday in a very long time. Oh, dearie me. Cool. So yeah, 2 big races going on now. Obviously, F1 is you know, the minor leagues and this battle for yeah, huge battle, 25 seconds each way for third in DNLS is the primary focus. Oh, we've got sound in ears as well.
My days, this is great.
Oh, yeah, it's fine where it is. Like that'll be alright. Don't need it too loud. Otherwise, I won't be able to hear myself think whenever Crofty goes lights out and away we go. Meanwhile, you know, Kev's just having a chill time going through the.
Happiness will fade soon.
Oh, it probably will. Yeah, I mean the race will be over in about, you know, 4 or 5 corners, I'm sure. But
fingers crossed. A bad start for Verstappen. 2-3 cars get ahead, then it's exciting.
Yeah.
You never know. His practice start earlier in the week wasn't so good.
It wasn't. That was right. I did see that. So yeah, it's yeah, this is weird. I'm working and I'm also watching F1. This is pretty good. I like it. Feel free to like chat F1 as well whilst this is ongoing. I'm sure none of us mind. But yeah, Kev is still hoofing away.
Should be pitting relatively soon, I expect.
Yeah. Oh, I've lost it. We're back again. Yeah, we will interject with occasional updates on what's happening. Yeah, his last lap actually was his quickest of the race at a 53.2, which is only a 10th off of Vasilios, who had a big old slipstream as well, I'm pretty sure. So, yes, it was. That's when he overtook Kev and then pitted on the next lap.
Big slipstream down the dot.
So, pretty sure Kev did that pretty much all by himself. So,
yes, he definitely did.
Pretty good going. Except the Pro Sim Racing Park is, yeah, I mean, I don't know what your thoughts are, Pete. Like, how much of sim racing's actual talent and how much is just learning how to do it? I feel like it was a pretty learned skill for me. I wasn't particularly good at this for a very long time until I just tried to work it out and then eventually did.
Yeah, I would agree, yeah. I think the bigger thing is just understanding how to implement things, really, you know? So we all start, I mean, I was terrible on iRacing at this. I was so bad at the start on iRacing that I just quit for a month and never came back to it, and then I thought, oh, maybe I'll give that another go.
Yeah.
So yeah, I definitely think I think you need a rough knowledge of what's going on.
Yeah.
To get to the top level. I mean, you need an understanding of how to make the car go quick. I think once you figure that out and understand how to actually implement that to your inputs, yeah, you get to the top pretty quickly.
But it's knowledge over talent, really, I think.
Yeah,
I don't think it's...
Yeah, talent only does so much, but hard work wins all the time.
Yeah. And having that knowledge, I think, like having some ability to control your hands and feet is really important. But like, I mean, if anyone has seen me do anything that requires use of my hands and feet, I'm not very good at most things. But I can drive a car around a track pretty quick. So, yeah.
Yeah, most of it is definitely hard work.
All right. Our eyes are going over to the screen on the right-hand side here because it's lights out and away we go. If anyone's like further ahead because they're watching on an actual TV and not through a stream, then please don't spoil too much. Oh dear. Oh no. Issues.
Bye, Max.
All right. Yeah. GG. Game over. This is the quietest that I think the pair of us have been this entire stream.
Yeah, we're just enjoying. Ah, yes, good point. It's DRS on lap 2 this year.
Oh, I didn't know that. Shows how much I've actually
I feel like there's
paid attention to it.
I think they've changed the safety car as well, right? DRS is just available
Straight away, is it?
immediately.
Ah.
Well, obviously not the straight after the safety car,
Yeah,
but the, like zone 2, for example. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
I think that I'm sure someone could correct me, but I believe that's something's definitely changed around there.
Yeah.
Gap's still coming down for Kev.
Yep.
As his fuel, I assume he's going to be pitting this lap, if not next.
I assume it'll be this lap. At 23, 7 to the 8, yeah. Yeah, end of this lap, he should come in. He pitted on lap 16. So, yeah, all adds up. He'll be in this time. And away he goes. So he's going to lose a little bit of the ground that he gained, but I would say his target is have the finishing gap under 20 seconds so he can justify and say, yeah, would have won the race if it was with a stupid success penalty.
Yeah.
Because neither of the two cars ahead had a success penalty. Oh, I put Hulkenberg in my fantasy team. That's not going well.
Oh,
I don't know why. Like,
still time for things to change around.
I think it was a tricky one to do because like I feel like it's harder to spread the money on because there's no like standout like budget option.
Yeah.
Like so last year was like Aston Martin were so good at the start. You just had Alonso and Stroll in. I know Stroll kind of let the side down a bit.
Yeah, like it was almost guaranteed points for very low cash.
Yeah. Battle for the lead actually in our race here. I just noticed that got very close very quick. So there might be more in that. I mean, the thing is that they don't need to fight. That's the thing.
Yeah, if they have issues,
like you don't want to. I mean, you're asking a real life driver to not fight for the win. Like they're not usually the smartest of drivers. Usually, Norby knows the game like in terms of a sim racing perspective. He's got more or less the same rating as me. So
as Kev pits for the final time of the race, then.
Yep, and he goes. It's all looking pretty good for him.
Mercedes are looking racy.
They are. Norris has got ahead of Alonso. Something that I noticed of... oh, jeez, yeah, side by side again.
Away.
Oh!
Have some of that.
Oi, oi. Mark is fist pumping in the background. Yeah, bonus. Are these positions accurate to the expected net positions? Yeah, pretty accurate. There'll be some differences in the last pit stop, but everyone, like with Kev pitting, like this is the start of the final pit cycle. Oh, it's a big old lock up there for Leclerc. So that probably indicates how far ahead or behind we are on the stream here. I'm assuming that we're like a little bit behind some people. Kev out and away. Clean exit. Should come out actually ahead of Vasilios actually as this works out. Yeah, 3 seconds or so. So that's good, because obviously they had a couple of laps on the higher fuel, and Kev had pretty much clean air for the last 2 laps, was able to gap Vasilios again. And then everyone's got the same fuel to the end, except for Vasilios, who still needs a splash, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, we'll see whether Vasilios actually catches back up again. But again, like, we don't need to worry too much about him. He'll need to stop again for some sort of splash. So, it'll take some time for that to shake out. And I'm still trying to keep an eye on the F1 as well here. Pete's gone silent from basically
just
full focus on the other monitor, which is totally
what's going on. You know, Kev's stopped. He's on his own, and there's moves happening.
Yeah.
Still tight at the front.
Yeah.
In DNLS here, the BS car and the Williams 5.
Yeah, and those guys are...
So our only hope really is for these guys to have issues. You just never know. Through traffic, something. People make a mistake.
The only thing is that the BS car will need to take a longer... So they'll be in a lap, I think, earlier than the Williams car. So, realistically, that Williams car or the BS car, if they want to win the race, they need to get ahead and pull a bit of a gap before the stop. Twitter will find a way to complain about Max's T1. I didn't really spot it. I'm trying to like keep an eye on everything here.
Yeah, Hulkenberg's getting a penalty for that, I think.
Heck. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're going to get a good look at Hulkenberg now. Yeah, that's ambitious. Oh, it's just straight into the back. Oh. Brundle oh, that's just a first corner incident. I think that's a little clumsy.
Not sure I quite agree with it, yeah. I mean, it definitely is an incident in the first corner. I'll agree with that part,
but not a, oh, it's just first corner things. Like no.
Yeah.
To be fair, like, Bottas is kind of...
loading him.
Yeah. I mean, you're getting loaded then. Yeah, fair. .6 on lap 5. I don't think we're on lap 5, mate. We're a little behind. We're behind the times. Still looking at replays. Oh, no, we are lap 5. Oh, yeah, we've just seen it. Yeah. GG.
Hold 2 seconds in a lap. What?
2 seconds and 2 laps, I think it was.
Oh, 2 laps, okay.
Maybe still. Russell pulled a big move and now he's holding everyone up. Hamilton down in P9. You have a good estimation on the delay now. Yeah. It's probably like a full lap.
Yeah, like 30 seconds or something by the time you saw it. Typed a message, sent it to us, we see it, so.
Yeah. That's probably how much we're missing overall. Yeah, Hamilton down in 9th kind of surprised me because like Merck seemed like they seemed so happy with how the car was behaving and all smiles after FP2 and okay, yeah, Russell's up in 2nd, but I wouldn't say they're the 2nd best car looking at this, which I think has to be their objective for the season. There's no way that I think anyone's getting to Red Bull over the course of the whole season. Maybe if they have an off weekend a la Singapore last season, where you can maybe take advantage and sneak a win. But apart from that, Verstappen's going to win near enough every race, isn't he? Yeah. As he did last season. It might be closer.
If the car's hooked up,
yeah,
he's going to be.
If they've no issues,
going to be fighting for it. Yeah.
Piastri through on Alonso as well. So it looks like the McLaren looks handy enough, but maybe not quite as strong as it was towards like the tail end of last season.
Follow close, which is good.
Yeah.
Following a lot closer than maybe I'd expect.
Yeah.
Kev's still holding pace here with the front guys, despite obviously pitting and coming out with a lot more fuel in the car.
Yeah.
Definitely one of, if not the quickest on track. At least it seems that way.
Yeah. To be fair, like the 2 quickest cars on track, and that have been since they jumped into the cars has been Kev in 4th and Vasilios in 5th. They've been the 2 quickest guys pretty much since they jumped in. And Vasilios has generally been 2 laps lighter on fuel than Kev most of the time. And that gap actually back to Vasilios has stabilized, so yeah. Good stuff. Just a shame about success. I mean, we've harped on about it near enough all day, but the success penalties
it's robbed us of a good race, for sure.
Yeah, it's killed it a bit. We wouldn't need to stick F1 in the corner here. We'd be eyes glued to our guys in action, but yeah, we're sort of in this weird mid-lane holding pattern, and yeah, I doubt that we're going to get much more activity. Probably battled for the lead. I think they're coming up to side-by-side down the dot now. Norby just taken the lead from Williams 5.
Still side by side, but the looks of it, they must be on the straight at this point, I assume.
Yeah. And yeah, it looks like they filtered through Tiergarten. Meanwhile, Perez is showing off how good that Red Bull is. You know the car's good whenever Perez is getting ahead of Leclerc.
In a traction zone?
In attractions, yeah. That's a weird spot to overtake.
How far Verstappen is ahead? My word.
Our tire's still buggy at Nürb, being faster in second stint. I
mean, but is buggy really the right word? I wouldn't know buggy's the right word. I think the tire is just the way the tire is.
Yeah, in a lot of places it's quicker in the second stint to a point, unless you absolutely shred them, then yeah. When they're at that like 60-70% tread left window, like they're generally pretty good. As long as you haven't like done bad things to the tire, they'll still work pretty nicely.
So we are finally going to get the finalized like correct gaps of where we are.
BS and Williams actually put it on the same lap, so this is actually like a full-on brawl for the win.
Yes, not buggy. Yeah, I agree with that. That's a much better way of putting it.
Yeah. So Norby has got out 1.1.
Ah, that's why. Apologies for cutting in. Leclerc made a huge mistake.
Ah, okay. Okay, I take back what I said. Leclerc's washed. Get him out of that Ferrari. Yeah, 1 second gap. So Norby has...
Yeah, fight for the win then between the BS Plus and the Williams 5.
Yeah. Although Norby did sort of like close that gap and then made the move, so he seems to have a little bit more about him than Carl at the minute in the Williams 5.
Fingers crossed they go at it.
Yes, we could do with them going at it. 100%. Spangler leads in the BMW, but does need to pit again. He should be in this lap or next. And we should still then clear him. And we're still able to keep Vasilios at arm's length. He's still going along very, very quickly, but yeah, Kev's done a really good job just to sort of keep him at arm's length before he inevitably has to pit again. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. I'm pretty sure he put a full tank of fuel in as well, so I think he only has a splash to do at the very, very end. I feel like at points I've been quite harsh on Carlos Sainz. He generally now does stick with Leclerc.
Leclerc's rapid, he makes far too many unforced errors.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing. Leclerc's definitely a faster driver. Sainz is developing. I was just about to say, he's developing consistency and he just locks up into the hairpin. Deary me. You do see that a lot in F1. In a way that you'll never see in sim, of guys just like locking up kind of frequently. Like, for all the credit that like Hamilton gets for being good on his tires and stuff, every time you then cut to him on board, he's locking up into a corner. It's like, is he really that good in his tires? Or like, what's going on here? But having driven a little bit of Le Mans Ultimate, which has, you know, obviously a very different tire model to what we have in iRacing, it's quite different to the Rennsport stuff that I've done. Like a little inside front lock in a corner does absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
it doesn't make that much unless you do like flat spot it. It doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, I do feel like the unloaded lockups in iRacing affect the car so much more than you see in real life, for example.
Get Leclerc and Sauber confirmed in the F1 season, definitely. Yeah. Both Ferrari seem to struggle with lockups.
I think they're just pushing hard in a car that is very, very stiffly run.
Yeah. Lewis is through on Alonso, so that's up at the 8th. Still a long way off where his teammate is, so we'll see how that shakes out. Yeah, race over, at least up front, unless Verstappen has a technical issue. 7.4 clear, 7.5 clear. It's over. That season done, really. Like that's it, confirmed. Oh, issues for Logan Sargent. First retirement, probably there of the season.
Brake failure, looking at the smoke?
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting one. See if he can get that out of the way, or whether it'll be like a VSC or something like that. Time will tell. Some people obviously already know, but we need to wait. We need to figure this one out. Kev's coming up against some traffic here. He's got a TCR to navigate, and he does so. Gap, sorry, by the way, for Kev to the 2 cars ahead. 22.5 to Carl in the Williams 5, who was 1.2 back of Norbikish. So, again, yeah, we've been robbed of a
really good fight, yeah.
And as well, if we weren't the 20 seconds further back. Oh, side by side with the Ferraris. Hit him, do it.
Ego driving from Leclerc.
Yeah. Didn't want to give that one up, but there we go. All right, Sainz should be in that Ferrari for 2025, confirmed, not Leclerc. Leclerc's finished. The modem to like Haas or something. I wonder who Haas will have in the car for like next season.
Yeah.
Like Magnussen clearly like just has to go.
Ollie Behrman's a reserve.
Yeah, could fire him in if he has a decent year in F2. I do think though it's mad that Drugovich from a couple of years ago won F2 and then hasn't had a drive anywhere since.
Yeah, he's stuck around with Aston the whole time.
Yeah. Who won F2 last season?
Bestie? Porcher, wasn't it? Porcher.
Can't get onto the F1 grid.
He's
and he's a young talent as well.
I mean, it's tough. It's a tough climb your whole life to get to the top step of the ladder, and they never even let you in.
Yeah. I feel like...
And when you do get in, you get put in a team into the back of the grid. You never win a race for the rest of your career.
Yeah. I feel like you got to put Porcher in over, like, Zhou. I don't think Zhou's ever shown anything to me. Not that he's, like, fared badly against Bottas, but, like, yeah, it's a bit of a weird incident there for the Williams, sorry.
Very strange. I don't really understand what
must be a brake thing. All right. Flurry of pit stops then, anticipating a VSC. That hasn't really happened.
For those curious, if they haven't heard, obviously this Williams car behind still has a splash to do, if I am not mistaken.
Yep.
So although it looks like we're under pressure, this will go away.
Eventually, yeah.
Very shortly, yeah.
Sainz has been screwed. Yeah, he's left out there. And then the car's OP, so yeah. Soft tire's not the ideal race tire. Well, I mean, it's not. Oh yeah, you know, everyone moved on to the hard. Yeah, I forgot about that.
I've heard the expected strategy will be soft, hard. That is what Red Bull won with last year, so I suspect I see the same.
Depends how many hard tires you have left over. I think the hard tire is the one that you want to be on for the majority of the race.
Damaged end plate.
Yeah.
And that's a Ferrari going deep again.
Oh, yeah. Leclerc went off the road and then back on again. Again. trying to get those hard tires to switch on. Zhou's extremely mid, I agree. But Chinese driver, I feel like that comes with something. I feel like he's well backed.
Yeah.
Which is why he's on the grid.
It's hard to really say, right? Bottas was pretty mid and he competes with Bottas, so. But I guess we're just saying they're mid compared to the likes of Hamilton and Verstappen.
Sure.
So.
Yeah, like they're all really, really good. But I feel like Zhou's junior career never really warranted F1 to me.
Yeah, I agree.
So he must be pretty well backed.
Neither did Sargent's.
Yeah, that one was. The fact that he survived for a second season blew my mind.
Realistically, the only, like, Sargent is probably like the only person on that grid that I look at and think shouldn't really be there. The rest of them, I'm like, fair enough.
Yeah, they've all displayed something at some point.
Yeah.
Sargent was like, okay, fair enough, you can give him a year, because I think he was like close to the F3 title in his first season.
I'm very surprised he get in. Very, very surprised.
Yeah. Will Max get a Grand Slam or not? So that's pole, fast lap, lead all laps, win the race. Yeah, then there's Leclerc going deep again. Getting a replay of that. Probably, yeah. Giovinazzi got robbed of his alpha seat. No, not really.
He was mid.
I feel like, yeah.
I don't think he'd be too upset. He's a Ferrari factory driver in their GTP program or LMDH, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll care too much, to be honest.
Yeah, he's doing alright for himself. I don't think he stood out against a very old and bored Kimi Räikkönen.
He got absolutely destroyed again by Gasly, I believe, in F2 the year before.
Yeah.
Went to F1.
So he's like decent, but and like all of these guys are like, they're good, but like there's good in like junior Formula stuff, and then there's F1 standard where like you belong in F1.
Yeah.
There's levels to that. Sainz, I think, managed to like fall forward. Like at no point did he ever really stand out to me. His whole junior career was mid as anything, but he ended up in Toro Rosso and he did fine enough there. He never looked totally out of place, but he never stood out. And yeah,
a bit deep.
It's a bit deep. Perez through it. How does Russell get wrecked so hard by Perez of all people? Because that Red Bull is filthy. I think, yeah. Yeah, George isn't known for his race pace. George is a bit of a quality merchant.
Yeah, I mean it's the Red Bull against the Merc.
Yeah, but he has been absolutely done there. Perez has made him look a little foolish there, which is, yeah, takes some doing. And yeah, Sainz pits. Sort of back to our guys, and with Kev though, so Vasilios has now caught up. Again, showing very, very good pace. I think they had a penalty early doors. So let me just take a quick look at that. Meanwhile, yeah, the pit cycle still occurring, still happening. Whew. Carlos is not going to be pleased with that. Yeah, so the Williams 47 car had a 30-second stop and hold for penalty points. So yeah, they could have very easily have won the race as well.
Oh, so they don't have any more stops to make, or they still do have one?
No, they still have one, but like they would have been close enough, I would say.
I mean, 6 seconds up in the lead without 30 seconds from here, and then they still have to make the splash, though, right? Or am I mistaken? So they would have lost regardless, right?
Yeah, true. But like the pace that Vasilios has had has been very, very strong.
True, so potentially could have... Well, I think most of the pace that he's showing is just due to the fuel in the car at the time, and a little bit of slipstream against Kev each time.
Yeah. But even still, quickest car on track.
Strong.
Can't knock it too much. Yeah, it's been really tricky to sort of work out where Kev's pace has been, but, the gap was 22.5. It's down to, or it's went up down to 24. So yeah, he's lost a little bit of ground. We'll see if Vasilios is like really aggressive here, coming into Bravery corner basically. So we'll see whether whether Vasilios is patient or not. 30-second stop and go on their penalty. In the same way that our 48 car had a 60-second stop and hold for not having a real life driver. Vasilios holds station. Kev just got a little bit loose.
It looked like he was sideways.
It looked
to me.
very pointy, at least. I'll say that in the front end. I wonder if Vasilios was just tight enough to the rear end to take a little bit of air off the rear of the car, and just as he pitched it in, it was a little bit looser. Which I think is exactly what happened to you in the NURB 24.
I'm absolutely convinced that's what happened to me.
Was it Luca that was directly behind you at that time?
Not sure. All I know is that I went through the corner and took the exact same line and popped a wheelie that I've never had happen before. So
yeah. Well, it's air off the rear.
Yeah.
Which means, yeah.
I'm almost convinced that was the case.
You just didn't have the downforce that you otherwise would have.
His car held up, unfortunately.
Well,
for him.
Well, for him, yeah. I mean, we'll take it. We're not going to complain too much about it.
As the Ferraris go at it again.
They do. Oh, if they shot, it'd be so funny. No. Pete had, I think, it was Luca in the Urano car directly behind him. I think he was in the Porsche Cup or something like that.
No, he was in a GT3.
Oh, he was GT3, sorry.
But he was literally bump drafting me, yeah.
And as Pete came up over the crest coming down into Arnberg, the whole thing snapped on him.
Yeah, the front lifted in the air.
Yep.
And when it landed, I caught the first snap, straightened the wheel out, and then it went again. But yeah, I'm convinced that he took the air off the rear of the car, and I popped a wheelie in a corner that should not be happening, essentially.
Like, he never touched you. He just got really tied up to the back and just took the air off the rear wing.
That's a lob.
That is a lob. And yeah, not your teammates.
I mean, nothing he did wrong, to be honest.
No, just one of those really weird crap things.
I was dying a death at that point anyways, with the car the way it was.
Yeah. That's big there from Sainz as well. Enough one to pull the move twice on his teammate in the same car. He's got fresher tires though this time around, but yeah, showing something which I didn't think he had in him until that race in Singapore.
1.5 second gap came down to there briefly for the win in GT3.
Yeah. Still might.
It's our only hope at this stage.
Yeah.
Clark locked up again.
Yeah, he must be struggling with the brakes. Stopping into sick hard tires on, probably win it with a one stop just for the giggles. And then pit with like 2 to go to put fresh softs on again and off and take fastest lap. Last lap of the race.
Lap record.
Yeah.
Goodbye. Belarus's time.
Yeah. Max went 50% longer in the softs than Russell. Yeah. Do you know what I think like half of that actually is? I think Max is so good on his tires because he does quite a bit of iRacing where you need to be really good on your tires. I feel like he's probably learned a little bit of that. I think Lando as well is very good on his tires compared to Piastri.
Yeah.
And I think, yeah, they see some similarities in, you know, what happens in iRacing versus like this Pirelli tire. Hamilton's very good in terms of like managing his pace on his tires. He seems to lock up everywhere all the time, but doesn't lose any speed out of it. But I remember from Singapore, again, sort of go back to that race because I sort of remember it well. Whenever the two Mercs came back out, I think they pitted on the same lap or whatever. And yeah, Hamilton just then, like, he chilled for about 3 or 4 laps and then sent it, whereas Russell went full bore immediately and then suffered massively at the end.
And then stacked it.
And then stacked it. Like, Hamilton caught like 9 seconds or something crazy.
Yeah.
In the back end of that stint. So I think there's some merit in, and you'll notice this with Verstappen as well. He'll only be very chill for the first 4 or 5 laps in a stint, especially when he's got no pressure on him, and then he'll just take off.
Yeah, look at the state of the visor of Sainz there. You saw the liquid and everything that flew into the camera.
Yeah,
You can see it all over his face. Apparently Leclerc's complaining that his car's pulling to the side when he brakes.
Yeah, it's not behaving how he wants, that's for sure. In other news, the 48 car is actually up one position with getting the spot on Halder there. Totally missed it, but we're up to 11th. Jordan Johnson has made the move. And yeah, onwards and forwards and upwards we go. P11. Yeah, good to see. It's just such a demoralizing thing knowing, yeah, your race is just totally compromised from the start. I think there's going to be a mistake here actually in the carousel for, yeah, Porsche runs wide, tries to come back in and then sides better of it actually.
The time difference from the carousel, being in it and missing it is so crazy.
It's massive. It's like 1.5 seconds or something crazy like that for one corner.
Well, nicely done.
Yeah. And fair play to those guys for sticking it out because I thought that they would have parked it, to be honest. Yeah, good stuff. Kev is still holding off Vasilios, but is getting dropped off a little bit to where he was at the start of the stint. I guess this is where doesn't have the tires, or like his tires are slightly older than the two ahead. And same fuel. I don't know if there's anything else that's happened.
Lead gap keeps shrinking.
The lead gap does keep shrinking, you're right. Was 1.5, it's now down to a solid 1.1. And as I said, it goes back up again a little bit. So yeah, it's tantalizingly close between those two, but I still don't think much is going to happen of it because the BS competition guys know second is good enough for the championship quite easily. So is third as well, so they don't need to do anything stupid. So, oh no, the lockup for oh, it's not a lockup, it's just Danny Rick running wide. 16th, I don't think is where those guys actually expected to be. P11's the new P1, it is indeed, and then respect for not rejoining the carousel. Yeah, sorry, we only have the chat like on one window and then the live time on the other, so I need to like make sure to flip between the two quite frequently here, so I keep up with chat. Yeah, Kev lost about 6/10 on that last lap. It is just eking out ever so slightly to Norby in the lead. Which is a shame, but you know, onwards and upwards. We'll see what's going on. Is there anything in race control? Anything weird to address? Nothing in our class, no. Wow.
Yeah, pretty quiet. It looked like Kev got sideways again through that kink.
Yeah. Vasilios is
hounding him.
Hounding him is right. Yeah, all quiet. Which drivers are in the red line P Cup? It's Vecchio and oh, good question.
Yeah, I have no idea either.
And I don't have the live timing to tell me. I just have the GT3 one at the minute. So we're only focused on the GT3 stuff at the minute. I'm pretty sure it was Vecchio and Bennett, but I'm not 100% sure. Was Bennett. Okay, cool. I got it right. Let's go. Gianni, I think, has played a blinder. Does the start and first two stints and then gets to watch his best mate go off and win F1. he seems very, very close and pally with Verstappen somehow.
Two-tenth gap then for the lead in GT3.
Yep, that's come all the way down. And then they're on the Dotner, I believe, as well, so it might kick off. It might. Just might kick off. Kev would probably be better just letting Vasilios
Shrinking and shrinking.
go. Yeah, it is. It is.
He's going for it.
We'll take a look at it. Fantastic. Side by side for the lead with 22 and a bit minutes left to go in this race. Norby should just let him go, really, if he has any intelligence, and he does. If he didn't let him go there, yeah, I would probably say some quite bad things about him. He only needs 7th, I think, to win the championship for BS Plus competition.
It's poor little GR86.
Yeah, he's going to struggle.
Good job, buddy.
Yeah.
That's nicely done. Yeah, not too much to panic about there for Kev. See, we are convinced that this car has to splash the Williams car ahead, so...
Yep.
Not this time, though.
Not this time. They can go as far as lap 28, which is this lap, so they should be in this time. You know, the F1 races got a bit boring whenever, like, the team radio that they can extract is Verstappen not able to hear his team radio.
Or Perez, I think.
Oh, it's Perez? Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
Perez.
Alright, I misread that. Mate, you're getting clapped by your teammate by 10 seconds. Get a move on. That's what should be said. Oh, I do love the F1 strategy where everyone's on the exact same tire.
Exciting.
Good job. Yeah, very exciting. Yeah, that race has sort of dropped into a bit of a pattern. We can sort of see kind of where each team roughly stacks up. Red Bull, then Ferrari, and probably Merc and McLaren are pretty close. Then Aston. Joe's doing well, actually. Top 10 in the Cyber. Don't know how early he put it, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, he's definitely stopped, right? Because where has he? I know he was behind Bottas. So I feel like maybe he's still owed a pit stop.
I think everyone started softs though.
Maybe that's the case, yeah.
If he does need to stop again, then yeah, that's my bad. I didn't spot that. Tsunoda in 11th. Yeah, pretty good going. Haas ahead of Williams as well. And Alpine have showed up as well today. They've showed up. They're not doing anything, but they've showed up. Fight for the final point would be pretty decent. It always is in F1, that's the thing. Like, if the fight for the final point was the fight for the win every week, it'd be unbelievable, but it's not. It's a shame. Yeah. Kev, yeah, still sitting behind Vasilios here. Actually able to sit nice and tight to him, so it's not like Vasilios has got ahead and just dropped him immediately. Like,
my word, if anything, he's sitting much tighter than Vasilios ever was.
Vasilios is actually getting a little out of shape there.
I wonder if Kev's getting a bit agitated, thinking that Vasilios is trying to cause Kev a few issues.
Maybe. Which is why I raised the point where you maybe don't want to let him go, just in case he does do something daft and silly, but I think the pace still looks kind of okay for those guys. Stroll P12 after his T1 spin, pretty impressive. Did he not have to take like a really, really early stop, or did I like misremember that? I don't know, he didn't actually have damage. It was Hulkenberg that had the early stop, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Cool. Vasilios last time by was 1.2 quicker than Janssen. Norby just had a bad lap, I'm pretty sure. The 56.6 versus the 54.6 of Janssen versus the 53.4 of Vasilios, who will pit this time unless he wants to run out of fuel. I don't think he can go any further than this lap. So he'll top up with 2 laps of fuel and head out and away he goes. He'll only be stopped for like 10-12 seconds.
Nice seat is, bro. Hamilton.
Suboptimal. You don't want your seat to break in F1. I mean, you don't want it to break at any point, really, but in F1, it's not ideal. Stroll pitted 3 laps earlier than Russell. So yeah, for him to work back up to P12 is pretty good for getting turned at the start. Hamilton bouncy. Well, at least it's not the era of porpoising anymore. Kev successfully negotiates Mutt Curve this time.
Without going sideways.
Without going sideways, because he doesn't have a car directly on his rear wing. Verstappen just keeps gapping everyone. That's ridiculous.
It's crazy.
It's mad how much quicker he is than everyone else. Success penalty in F1 would be interesting.
I'm just looking at the times again and thinking of the success penalty.
Yeah.
Would have been a 3-way fight within 2 and a bit seconds.
Wonder how much time the Williams 47 car actually lost with their stop and hold. Theirs was a 30-second stop and hold.
Yeah, so it's not 30 seconds. They would have couldn't have stopped, serviced the car, correct?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, I don't think they could have.
So it's essentially a drive-through with a 30-second hold. Then they would have had to pit again anyways.
Well, yeah, we'll see how they filter out. I think they only need to, like, splash for, like, 10 seconds or something like that.
Okay.
Like, it'll be a quick in and out, so... Yeah, we'll see. Verstappen would still have been champion if he got a 30-second penalty in every race last season. Jeez, oh.
That is an unreal stat.
That's a ridiculous way of putting it, but yeah. And like, if you went into a race knowing you had a 30-second penalty, like he would have then had to have pushed.
And that's why in races like Melbourne, where he got done by Hamilton and Russell at the start, he just didn't even put up much of a fight because he just knew that
eventually he would get them.
I'll destroy them at some point. Yeah.
We'll leave the, we'll not say that it's definitely 100% sure, but like it seems kind of correct.
Here we go again.
Janssen and Kish, part 2, part 3. I don't know how many times they've been at this, but
hopefully the final part.
Oh,
together.
Oh well.
Oh,
it's close. It is close. Go on, do it. Do it for the content, for the memes, for the TikTok, for something. Oh, he's got him back. Just caught the F1 there. Yeah, Albon's complaining about the new wheel that they've got. What time does PES start again tonight? Okay, it's a good point actually for me to, just whilst we're watching the final parts of this.
I believe the green flag for the first race drops around 7 p.m. roughly. 7
p.m. UK time. So in mainland Europe, that'll be 8 p.m. for most of you guys.
As the Williams 47 finally comes in for the splash.
They do indeed. Called it. Had that one figured out. It'll be interesting to see, and I think they'll fall behind the base competition BMW car. Otherwise, that would be a top 4 all for Mercedes. 6 of the top 7. It'll still be 6 of the top 7, but yeah. Kev now under zero pressure, but 22 seconds from the car ahead and 23 seconds to the car behind. So a lonely one for the last couple of laps for Kev as the sun sets at Nürburgring.
I genuinely think all 4 of these guys would have been a close fight for the win.
Yeah. I think the 47 car did get dropped off at the start whenever they had Trigartha in the car. But yeah, in general, this would have been a cracker.
And Kev's starting to bring the gap down.
Yeah, but also those guys have been sort of semi-fight and swapping positions a little bit. But even still, like,
so is Kev, I guess, with
Facilios, yeah. So, yeah, it's a shame. The 20-second penalty has killed it. The sound
always sounds like
yeah,
the AMG
it sounds like a massive
crashing.
shock, but it never actually is. Kev's last lap 53.9. Would have had slipstream though off of what's his name?
Williams 47.
Yeah.
Facilios.
Yeah, the put Trigartha back in that car for some reason.
Yes.
That's the
Facilios wanted to watch the rest of F1 maybe.
Probably. Yeah, so their stop has ended up being 31 seconds for 2 laps of fuel is all that they really need, actually. And Jordan comes in now as well for the last splash as well, so they've went 4 7s and a 2. So it'll be just a little splash and away we go. So we can actually probably judge off of this how much time that 47 car realistically lost because they swapped driver for no sensible reason.
I guess.
Unless Facilios really wanted to watch F1.
I mean, it makes sense to me. I mean, they're miles away from the car ahead, miles away from the car behind, so...
Yeah. Jordan out and away, 13 seconds stationary versus 31 for the Williams car. So they lost 18 seconds because they could. 18 seconds would still leave them P5, actually, yeah. It would put them 14 behind the base competition car, which you're not really going to make up in 2 laps, even if you have the quickest car on track.
30 away from car ahead, 27 from the car behind, so...
That's what they've ended up now, but they lost 18.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that's probably why they're not too fussed.
Yeah, it is what it is.
That's clear.
Put the real-life driver back in the car for the end.
Kev continues to close in on the front guys.
Who are still close. They can probably afford to shunt in the last corner, just like last week. And still...
One can dream.
One can dream, but they can still shunt on the last lap, and Kev maybe... It's fair, like, I think Kev's near enough, within at least a few seconds, the same gap away from the top 2.
Yeah.
I think it was maybe a little closer last week. Or not last week, last round even, a couple of weeks ago. But, yeah, 2 laps to go. And, yeah, Jordan Johnson back out and away. Back down actually into P12. Yeah, I forgot they actually had a splash at the end there, so... had gained the spot, and, yeah, with the stop then, has lost it back again.
Very close at the lead again.
Yeah.
As they head down this straight. Oh, I mean, the top 3 would be split by 1.2 seconds, like the success penalty.
Yep.
On paper right now.
Yep. Sargent got back going again, and
interesting.
Yeah. Don't know what issue he had, but
yeah, weird one.
I was hoping for a big safety car or something just to spicing this up, but yeah. Everyone's on broadly the same strategy as well.
Incoming.
Punt him.
Oh, nice guy.
Oh,
what a nice guy.
Here's me saying punt him. No need. He just got out of the way. I mean, he actually doesn't need to do that, technically. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
But...
I mean, 100% he didn't need to do that at all.
Yeah. But we'll take it.
We appreciate it.
We do indeed. Oh. Thunk again.
I think Kev will be aiming to get the gap under that 20 seconds, just so he can sort of say that he would have been in with a chance, you know?
Yeah. Did the cup car stop running after Lucas' incident? Yeah. Like he smacked the
I think the
pit
car
wall
was
pretty hard.
Yeah, the car was pretty killed after he hit the wall, I think, more than likely.
He kept like sort of smacking into it.
And the race would have been, for sure, completely done at that point, so I think they just
parked it there.
they've accepted, yeah, that the race was done.
I don't think Luca was able to actually get the wheel synced up and running how he wanted anyway, so that's why he towed.
Yeah, it was done.
Otherwise he might have tried to got the thing round and going again. It wouldn't have cost him a ton of time, 15, 20 seconds maybe.
Yeah.
Which
flying along.
He is, yeah. Giving it large. See what the gap is, or at least what his lap time is. As Bottas has come in and not got tyres. There's an issue with the
wheel nut and the rim.
Yeah. I think it's smoking. Jorge Russell into the pits as well. And away he goes again. Battle for the lead. Round, I don't know how many rounds these guys have went.
With one to go, and I think it's clear that they're going for the win.
Yeah.
They both want to win.
Yeah,
so
they both want to win this race.
best case scenario for us.
Shunt, do it. I think they know that.
Well, I think
you don't need to do that silly now. Do the silly stuff last lap.
Exactly. I think they're happy to swap, and then we'll see them put up a bit more of a fight next time through there.
We might see them battle coming in towards the carousel, like through the muck curve, and you know, because maybe there's an advantage to getting out front and maybe trying to gap him a little bit. Oh, big move into T1, and
we
Corby
thought it all wrong.
Yeah, no, we did think it all wrong. Well, I mean, it's yeah.
Go on, lads, make a mistake.
Norby against Carl. Go on. He's going to cover the inside really hard here. Yeah. Norby's going to try like a double cut back here, I'm pretty sure. Carl's got it covered off quite nicely and retakes the lead, I think. I think that's how that shaked out. Shook out. Shaked. English difficult in it, so it is. Max Verstappen still leads in F1. Grass is still green, sky still ends up blue most of the time.
Sun comes out every day.
Yeah. The world revolves around the sun, you know. Business as usual. Kev, last time by, was 1.5 quicker than Janssen, 1 second quicker than Norby. He is working his way to getting that gap under 20 seconds, and I think he'll do it because these guys will scrap.
Yeah, I agree.
And then he'll claim moral victory. Whereas, to be fair, if he was in that mix, he'd be just brawling with them as well. He wouldn't be keeping time. He'd just be
he wouldn't
as well.
actually be ahead. Yeah.
But also, he's had more traffic to work through because they lost the ground early as well with the short stop and had to.
And they lost a few seconds coming into pits. Yeah, I'm sure the guys at the front probably had traffic that they would argue as well. But
yeah.
Would have been interesting for sure.
Elias also, after his first stop, came out into traffic that he otherwise wouldn't have been in had they went long with the fuel.
That is a lob.
That is a lob. Show sort of went backwards a little bit. Yeah, I feel like we've got a pretty good idea and a fairly good pattern of what to expect, where everyone's at now in F1.
I mean, yeah, it's 2 by 2 by 2 at the minute.
Pretty
Russell
much.
gets ahead of Alonso, it'll be all 4 teams stacked in a row.
Although, to be fair, he's maybe a little bit of the outlier. He just pitted. He's probably on that like 4-stop strategy or something because he can't keep his tires on. Yeah, good point, Vince. Grass is green, sky is blue, Verstappen leads, Job gets past pole, success penalty, killed a good fight, what else is new? That's a good point.
I don't think Seb Job will get pulled today. I don't think he will.
I like the prediction. You know what, I'll agree with you on that one. I think the streak ends.
It ended in GB.
Yeah. He's washed.
Then
He's not the driver he once was. No, he's generally pretty relentless. It is the last lap there is, by the way. Like, we're almost done here.
Yeah.
The greatest amount of enthusiasm.
Yeah, there could be fireworks here at the end on the Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, I expect there to be, but we need to wait a little while before we get there. There'll be guaranteed races without Joe Poole because he won't be in them. That's actually a cracking shot. There's 4 other heats and probably a consolation.
Well, there's only one pole position award though. People will start first, but there's only one pole position award.
That is true. That is true. I mean, the strat is qualify 26th, so you start at the back of heat 1, crash everyone, win the heat, start the feature from pole and win. That's how I do it. I just wouldn't try on the quali lap. I'd wait until the last possible moment. I'd do a Freddie Rasmussen, wait until the last second to do the Q lap, and see what do I need for P26, and then I'll just go straight for it. All right, let's see if Ferrari can put a left front tire on. They can. There they go. Nice.
Pretty sharp.
That was pretty sharp. By Ferrari standards, that's probably the best pit stop ever seen. I don't think they'll ever do better than that. All right, so the leading pair are through Bergwork and heading up towards Mud Curve, so be good to see if they decide to scrap now. Oh, he's looking. You don't want to go on the outside there. Meanwhile, Piastri and Hamilton are giving it large in
Piastri made a bit of a meal of it.
Yeah. I'm going to say something slightly controversial here. I think Piastri is slightly overrated.
You think?
I think Norris handled him very well last season.
I'll agree with that.
Like, more than I think people think. I think Piastri's got a lot to learn in terms of like race pace and stuff. I think his race pace last season was poor compared to Norris. Norris absolutely wrecked him in race trim nearly every week. I feel like it went slightly under the radar because his qualifying generally wasn't too bad. He kind of got away with it a little bit, but like his race pace was weak compared to Lando. People act like he's new Hamilton Verstappen. I think he's got bucket loads of potential, and yes, he was like a rookie into F1. But
and he was very, very good in F2 as well.
He was very good in F2.
A lot of hype.
But I think that gives him maybe a little bit more leeway than like someone who's maybe got into F1 and wasn't.
Yeah, he did win a sprint race.
He did win a sprint race
last year as well,
which I think helped him massively in terms of. All right, yeah, he's had a good season, kind of a thing. I mean, he's won more races in F1 than Lando has. Like, you know, fair enough. But
almost like, at the straight.
We are almost there. Yeah, I think Piastri still needs to prove himself a little bit this season. Like he's 9 seconds off his teammate. Like if that's 20 seconds at the end, would you say that he's had a good race? I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe we won't go out quite as far as that, but yeah. All right, there we go. The moment we've been waiting about 4 hours for.
2 corners to go.
Here it comes. We have sat patiently. I'm sure you guys watching the stream as well have been sitting waiting patiently for this moment to see whether we can. Kev's under the 20-second mark as well, by the way. So moral victory has been achieved at this point. He has cooked a storm. All the patience in the world.
Here we go.
Right. Norbikesh versus Carl Janssen. Patience. Patience. If nothing happens here, like not even an overtake attempt, I'll be so annoyed.
Yeah, he's going for it.
He is going for it.
Here we go.
Side by side. Go on, shunt. Do it.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever, Rob.
Oh, they're going to be sensible, aren't they? Are they? Oh, I don't know.
They're going for it.
They are going for it.
No.
No.
Disgusting display.
That's outrageous behaviour. We waited 4 hours for these guys to shunt, and they haven't shunted. Embarrassing.
Didn't even give it a crack.
They didn't even give it a crack. Carl Janssen wins for Williams Esports in the number 5 car. Norby second.
What a
for
shame.
base competition.
Success absolutely ruined that race.
Yeah.
Success penalties. What a shame.
Base plus competition car, barring any post-race penalties, do win the championship then.
Good result nonetheless for the MSI car there. Kev showed really, really good pace.
Yep.
Throughout his stints.
Yep.
But yeah.
Didn't improve in his last lap there, but he did pull like 2 seconds on the leading pair. So, yeah. He did a really good job, but the 20-second success penalty
Jordan's
killed the
close
race.
to the Halder car.
Yeah, I think the Halder car might have had to have come back into pits or something. I don't know.
Get out of the way, traffic.
I'll quickly check it. Yeah, the P2 BS Plus competition car did win the championship, providing they make it back to pit lane under their own steam. No. He's still got time. He's still got time. I think he's a lot quicker.
A couple nailed corners here. Get half a shot down the straight.
I think he's got a shot. But, he's using up all his off tracks. Let's go. I don't even know if there's like a incident limit or whatever, but
traffic ahead. I think that's traffic. I don't think that's for position.
Nothing really in the protest.
There's traffic. There's traffic.
Come on. For P11. It's P1 twice over if you think about it. It's 2 1s. It's a double win if you get P11. Oh no, the traffic's at a bad point. No.
Oh, it's good. It's good. We're good.
You think so?
He'll lift a little bit. Won't lose. He'll gain much more than he lost.
No, that works. That works. Oh, the top 2 cars have both made it back to pit lane.
This is the hard part. He needs to get under him to the second carousel where it's over.
I think it's over.
I don't think he's making it.
Give it a go. Oh, he's flashing. He's flashing.
Hard luck.
Oh, well. No, I don't think it's going to happen.
He'll have a run, you know.
Well, if he nails this, yeah, that's pretty good. Keep it pinned. Keep it pinned.
Good exit.
All right.
I think it's too far, but he'll maybe put pressure on.
He's on the chew. Look at the focus. Jordan Johnson there in the bottom left hand corner.
Wheel is flailing about everywhere.
Yeah.
I don't think we're making it. We're zooming, but
maybe. An ambitious lunge is still on.
He's zooming.
He is zooming. I think he's just too far back. Just too far.
Maybe if he's brave on the brakes, he can make something happen, but... Setting up the exit.
He's screamed it.
Have some of that.
Up the inside. Go, 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 go. 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 No. No. Oh.
Half a car away.
Oh, that's a shame.
It was a good effort.
It was a good effort. Like, that just didn't look on at all, and he very nearly got there. Very nearly got there. Captain under pressure all the way through Tiergarten, and yeah, almost was able to tuck under on the run to the line there. Just lost momentum by actually smashed it straight into the back of him, to be fair. But that's race done and dusted. I'm sure like once everyone finishes, we'll actually be able to get the results up. But yeah, P3 and P12 for our guys today in the final round of DNLS. And sadly a DNF for the Porsche Cup guys because Lucas Whale had a full reset movement. So everyone's come back into pit lane. I don't see anything else in the protest sheet. There's nothing else really to report and to say. I think at this point, yeah, I think that's it.
Yep, seems to be.
Are we doing interviews, Lee? Cool. Sweet. All right, we'll get Kev upstairs then in a little moment. I feel frustrated. We waited 4 hours for a big bust up at the end and it didn't happen.
And it looked like it was going to happen.
It looked like it was going to happen. I can understand why he backed out because, you know, like if you wreck the car so hard that you actually can't get it over the line, then like you lose the championship in the last corner for no real good reason. So I can understand why he's backed out of it. But we were hoping, we were praying
But yeah.
If it was the other way around, actually, where it was Carl trying to make the move at the end on Norby rather than the other way around, I think it might have went a little differently.
Yeah, I still feel like we were robbed. We were robbed of a 3, 4, maybe 5-way car fight.
Yeah, but the success penalty stuff. Hopefully they change that in future, but I doubt they will because I think they've always sort of done it this way.
Yeah.
Which is a shame. Thanks, Vince, for dropping in and keeping us entertained as well. It's a long old grind whenever there's not an awful lot happening. So for you to keep it interesting and chat with us, that's really greatly appreciated. And yes, you'll see me back for PES this evening, and whenever Kev gets upstairs, and we'll have a quick chat to him before we wrap up here. He'll be sat alongside me for PES this evening, and I'm sure he'll have very diplomatic views on some of the driving that'll be on display. So, well, actually, he'll probably be sitting at that camera, pointing and laughing, probably, like he did for the last round. Who has that now as their profile picture in our Discord? Is it Johan?
I'm not sure.
Just has the little gif of Kev just going,
I'm not too sure. Our Discord is filled with so many random profile pictures and stuff.
Oh yeah, nobody has their own actual faces profile. I've got mine now.
Me too.
I have someone grab something off my
There's multiple Michaels in there somewhere.
Yeah, there's a lot of Michaels.
Yep.
I think John is Johan.
He's been that way for a long time.
For a long time, yeah. Yeah, it's an absolute cluster. Stan Army, yes. Absolutely. All right, I think we're just waiting for Kev to come upstairs and have a little chat to us so we can wrap things up here. Can you tell Lee if he's still down there, or hopefully he's on his way then? Okay, that's good. There's only so much. there's only so much filling that we can do before we wrap up. But yeah.
Here he is.
Here he is. He looks fresh as a daisy. Kev, we'll get you on nice and sharp here. Feel free to take the headset off there, P, and we'll get Kev in. Is that a fresh bomb? It is a fresh bomb. Oh, look at him go. Is it warm still? Or is it warmed up? All right, and you're in and live.
I'm in and live.
Good stuff. So our main talking point was success penalty ruined the race, ultimately. Thoughts on how that all went? Because it looked like there's only so much you could really do. The top two guys ended up being fairly quick. You couldn't reel in 20 seconds on them. And so we're just sitting there waiting for them to crash in the last lap, and then they didn't.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the story of the season for us, really. The disqualification in round 1 really sort of harmed us.
Yeah.
Because we obviously are not allowed to drop a disqualification.
Yeah. So,
yeah, it kind of left us in a situation where we would get third one race, have a 10-second penalty. That would allow us to still get second in the next race, and we were just sort of stuck in this cycle where it was 10-second, 20-second, 10-second, 20-second time penalties. So, yeah, I mean, it's just frustrating, at the start of the stint, I'd say Williams and BS had a slight pace advantage, maybe half a second a lap, first lap or two.
Because you were on full fuel, fresh tyres.
Exactly, yeah. But then at the end of the stint, I was 2-3 seconds a lap quicker than them. Yeah. Everything that I would gain at the end of the stint, would sort of pull in 5-6 seconds in the last couple of laps, and then they would gain it back in the pit stop because they were doing a shorter stop. So I think, in hindsight, a mistaken strategy. We were discussing leaving Elias out there for an extra couple laps.
Yeah. You ended up in a bit of rough traffic as well whenever you did.
Yeah, exactly. That was kind of the...
It's whenever you initially jumped into the carbs, because it put you further back.
Yeah, exactly. If we'd left Elias out there for another lap or two, we probably could have pulled a minute and a half on the TCRs, give or take. And when I came out, I think I had 3 or 4 TCRs on the outlap, plus a couple GR86s, and I think there's a couple GT4s as well.
Yeah.
So, I think the first lap out there, we lost 4 or 5 seconds from traffic. So, I think we should have maybe left Elias in for an extra 2 laps, put fresh tyres on rather than sort of leave the old ones on for those 2 laps.
Yeah.
And then we could have ran the sort of shorter stints to the end, which is what the other guys were doing.
Yeah.
The car was rapid. I think we had the quickest car on track. Vasilios did a 53.1 behind me.
Yeah.
As he was overtaking me. Then after he boxed, the lap straight after, did a 53.2 with no slipstream, and I'd sort of towed him around the whole lap prior to that. So, yeah, obviously the car was rapid. But yeah, the success penalties just
sort of ruined it for everyone.
You can't overcome 20 seconds at an esports level. You know, even up against guys like Norby, who's not technically an esports guy, he's the same pace as esports guys. And,
he's 9.5k iRacing, for goodness sake.
Exactly, and he's all, you know, obviously he's well known for being quick at Nords.
Yeah.
And you know, with the way that the real life drivers rules work in that series, there's no minimum drive time for the esports guys. So they put the esports guy in for like a handful of laps and then put Norby back.
I think they had Lucas in for 5 laps, whereas you have to have Elias in for minimum 8.
Yeah.
Which makes it, and ultimately it's minimum 9 really, because you obviously fill up the whole way for stint 1, and then you can't make it if you just pit on lap 8.
Exactly. So
like you can't like splash for 1 lap back round and then take him out the car. Like he needs to do 2 laps, so it's 9 laps. So it's a bit.
That was kind of our thought process, was just keep me in the car for as long as possible. You know, considering I was in there for 3 hours, I don't actually feel too bad. My wrists are a little bit sore, but that's literally about it. I was expecting to have like sore shoulders and stuff, but no, I felt really good at the end of that stint. Still had a lot.
You even look fresh. Yeah,
like I think obviously I hit the gym pretty hard the last couple of weeks, so I think that's kind of helped. Yeah. Like I feel fresh. I feel good. It's just the car was quick. Just the strategy wasn't where we needed it to be really to be up there. I mean, if you look at the end, granted they had a bit of scrapping, but I think we lost like 10 seconds in traffic from boxing at the wrong time, and 20-second success penalty, and we were like 19 seconds off the lead. I think it was like 24, 25 in the last stint.
And you pulled
when Norby
back.
came out the pits, and we gained like 5 or 6 back from them scrapping a little bit. So,
to be fair, I don't think they really even scrapped that much. Like they were close, but they like swapped position. Like they weren't.
Yeah, exactly.
Outside of like first sector of the GP loop on the last lap, they were. Excuse me. They were generally just one would overtake in the dot, or one would maybe try and overtake into muck curve or whatever, and that was kind of it. Like they sat really close to each other, but they never really.
They were still running like 55s up the front anyway. Like it was, they were probably losing half a second a lap, I'd guess, maybe 7/10. You know, that's about it really, and we were still able to pull 1.5 seconds a lap. So yeah, I mean, we were sort of discussing it during the race, like if they could do individual car BOP, like you could just BOP a team rather than the whole car itself. Like that would probably be a better way to go about it. I think the success penalties this season have been pretty flawed. Especially when you consider there's a drop round, so you can sort of tactically DNF. Or just not even try in one of the races, in one of the first 3. Drop it, and then for round 4 you've got no success penalty whatsoever, and you just drive off and win the race. So yeah, there's definitely ways to game the system. I mean, look at round 2. Like when I first got in the car, I'd literally not driven iRacing GT3s in almost a year, and was fighting for the win. Then the last 2 rounds, this round especially, I was a little bit quicker than the last one, and I was just in no man's land for P3 because of the 20-second penalty. So it ruins your race, and you end up, doesn't matter how long the race is, you can't make that time back up.
The only exception was the not last round, the round before, where Verstappen in the Ferrari, where it was like the qualified on pole by like 3 seconds, and the car was just far too quick. And then you put him on top of it, where he's obviously going to be really, really strong.
Exactly.
And they did overcome it that one time. Surprisingly, they didn't show up today. Don't know why.
I don't think they had any drivers.
I
think obviously Verstappen at the moment's in Bahrain, but and they didn't have another real life guy I think that they could put in. So rather than drive around for 4 hours with a 1-minute penalty, they just figured it's not even worth turning up. And to be fair, they probably would have got the same result anyway. They still got second in the championship, you know, without Max there. I mean, you're going to get a 1-minute penalty. You're not going to win the championship with that. So yeah, I think for them it was quite smart, to be honest, just to not even bother turning up. Well, as bad as that sounds, like, you know, at any sports level you shouldn't just be intentionally not making rounds, but for them it literally made no point. So
45 drivers on the team and still can't put out a lineup for DNLS. That's tough.
I mean, it's just the format of the series, you know, like you need to have a real life guy, and what constitutes a real life guy to the DNLS stewards is different to what any normal person would consider a real life driver. You know, I mean, we've literally watched Alex Dunn racing in F3 today. And DNLS said that he wasn't a real life driver,
but they had to make special exceptions for Max.
But they made a special exception for Max. So I'm not really sure what more the guys have to do to be considered a real life guy. Like, it's just a bit ridiculous, to be honest. But because the cards have been dealt. As
George Russell swings it off the track there to try and hold on to position, coming towards the last 10 laps here in Bahrain. Yeah, we've had the race on up the whole time.
I don't blame you. DNLS was, you missed nothing.
Yeah, I know. Like we had that there, and then chat there, and then I would occasionally look at live times like, oh, Kev was like 3 seconds quicker than that lap. Nice. Yeah. All right, back to F1.
There was a few really good laps in that stint where like the tire was just on.
Yeah.
And then a box put fresh tires on, come back out, and the car balance would be good. Like in the first stint, the car was really strange. I think I had a bit of a slide passing a GT4. So when you first go into the Nordschleife, you have that sort of downhill banked left hairpin. As I went up the inside, obviously the left front got caught in the groove.
Yeah.
Pulls you around normally. Because I was in the tight line, it just sort of over-rotated the car. So as I caught it, slid the rears. And for the rest of the stint, the car was super unpredictable, but was like really, really quick.
Yeah.
Next stint, balance was literally perfect. One of the best balanced cars I've ever driven. And I was half a second a lap off what I was doing in the previous stint, and the track temp had come down like a degree or two.
Yeah.
So
it's just funny how
just iRacing tire things really, like, it's really, really hard to manage them. Like, you know, you give up 3/4 tenths on the GP section in 5 corners, and you pull 7 tenths back on the Nordschleife. It's
crazy.
Endless tire management, really.
Yeah. Last little thing, just as a little bit of like an insight in the race. So you had Vasilios behind you for large chunks of your stints.
Yep.
Any concerns about whether he would do something silly to maybe help out the sister car? And then we also spotted, like, any time that you were coming through Mutt Curve and he was like directly behind you, your car looked like it got really loose. Like, were you actually getting loose, or was that just like a weird like netcode thing where it looked like the car was getting loose?
Yeah, so to the first point, definitely concerned.
Yeah.
Because obviously at that stage in the race we had been catching sort of 2.5, 3 seconds a lap, and you know, at the end of the first stint, I did literally say to the guys, I think the win's on here. Like, I think it's on. Because if we'd kept on catching at that rate, we would have gotten there like at the end of the second stint. But yeah, we were in communication with them. Obviously, Vasilios moved from the other Williams car into the Tregurtha one to try and get them before in the championship, I think it was.
Okay.
So I
don't know how much they really had on offer, because they also had like a stop and hold for penalty points or whatever.
Yeah, they had another penalty to serve on top. So yeah, like we spoke to, I think Mark or Elias spoke to Will Tregurtha from Williams and was like, will you guys sit behind and just sort of let us do what we're doing because we're fighting? And they were like, well, we're fighting for P4 in the championship, and we're on an offset. So they were on like 2 laps lighter fuel.
Yep.
So they were like the equivalent of half a second, 7 tenths a lap quicker than us. But Vasilios was only really catching me sort of 3-5 tenths a lap at points. So I was like, okay, so clearly I've got like maybe half a second in the bag over him. It's just the fuel offset meant that after the pit stop I'd come out 2.5, 3 seconds clear, and he would gradually sort of catch. Then he would get the toe, then he would go ahead. But no, like when they said that they were fighting for P4, it was like, all right, okay, we'll let them go.
Yeah.
And they could sort of tow us around, which was a big help.
Like they weren't on a mission to help their number 5 car like clear you guys.
They didn't do anything to like hold us up or anything. Like I
wasn't expecting, but it was like if I was in their position and wasn't fighting for anything, and like, all right, well, you do your best to help your team.
Yeah, exactly. You might as well. But no, like as I said, they had their own objectives.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Vasilios passed me, and you could tell he was pushing.
Yeah.
The first half of the Nordschleife, they were quite weak. Like I nearly ran through the back of Vasilios a few times, as I say, even though he's on lighter fuel, which I was surprised by. But then after the carousel, he would pull like half a second on me. So there was clearly some differences in their setup versus ours. I think our car was definitely more built for long run pace. And for whatever reason, that meant that we were quite weak after the carousel, which normally that's my strongest part of the track. Like the first half of the Nordschleife, I've never been very good at.
Yeah.
Which I was, again, surprised that I was able to stick with Vasilios so close. But yeah, as I say, like they had their own objectives. They were pushing flat out. They actually helped us more than they hurt us in that race. So
cool.
And then to the second point, yeah, when he was sitting behind me on one of those laps,
it looked sketchy.
I had a huge snap.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to go for the move, but I think he got there a little bit later than he would have wanted, and I'm not sure if they were sure I was going to lift out or not, so they just sort of played it safe. And yeah, as I turned in,
all the air came off the rear wing.
I was expecting it, so I gave up like 200-300s on the entry, and as soon as I got to the apex, it started going, and as soon as I tried to catch it, the TC just cut.
Yeah.
Completely cut the engine. So yeah, I had a couple scary moments when he was sitting behind me, so I was much happier to have him in front than behind.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's always been a sort of something you've got to try and battle with the GT3 cars, is when someone's right under your rear wing.
Yeah.
You can make them go quicker in the straight, but in the corners it's very, very scary, especially when everyone's running minimum wing. You know, as soon as you lose any kind of downforce in the rear, it's almost catastrophic.
Yeah.
Single time. So thankfully survived, but yeah, a few scary moments.
Cool. All right. I think that will do. We'll wrap up. We're going to have you here this evening for...
In 2 hours, roughly?
2.5 hours, yeah.
Something like that.
For the Porsche Esports Super Cup
I cannot
mid-season
wait for
extravaganza
It's gonna
of
be
rallycross heat format racing.
It's going to be, it's rallycross, PESC, and oval all mixed into one.
Yeah.
It's going to be a complete SHIT show.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
But that's it for us for today for DNLS. Thanks to Pete, who sat over there, keeping an eye on the F1, keeping an eye on his phone as well, for keeping us company for a strong 4 hours. We've been sat here just grinding.
I feel bad for you guys because that
it was
boring.
It was a tough grind. It was a tough grind. Thanks to Lee in the production room for managing all the cameras and all that comes with it, making sure everything in stream actually works, because it's not an easy job. And then we've got Kev here, who'll be back this evening for Porsche Esports Super Cup, the mid-season tournament. I think that's what we're probably just going to end up calling it.
Probably, yeah.
So he'll be here with me at 7 o'clock. Don't miss it.